Isofurane. Alternative form of isofuran. Isofuranes. Plural of isofurane. Isofurans. Plural of isofuran. Isogam. A line on a map lining places that have the same acceleration due to gravity. Isogametes. Either of a pair of conjugating gametes that are of the same size and structure. Isogametes. Plural of isogamete. Isogametic. Pertaining to or exhibiting isogamy. Isogamic. Relating to isogamy. Isogamies. Plural of isogamy. Isogynous. Relating to or undergoing isogamy. Isogams. Plural of isogam. Isogamy. A form of sexual reproduction involving gametes of similar morphology. Isogarcinol. An isomer of garcinol. Isogemic halcone. An organic compound found in the tree Artocarpus data. Isogen. Any of a group of organisms that share the same origin. Isogenic. Having the same genetic makeup and origin. Isogenically. In an isogenic manner. Isogeneity. The condition of being isogenic. Isogenesis. Similarity in development. Isogenetic. Having the same genetic makeup. Isogenic. Having the same genes. Isogenically. In an isogenic manner. Isogenicity. The condition of being isogenic. Isogenies. Plural of isogeny. Isogenized. Alternative form of isogenized. Isogenization. The process or the result of isogenizing. Isogenizations. Plural of isogenization. Isogenize. To become isogenic via isogenesis. Isogenized. Formed or modified by isogenesis. Isogenotypic. Relating to or based on the same genotype. Isogenous. Having the same or similar origin. Isogens. Plural of isogen. Isogeny. The condition of being isogenous. Isogeometric. Of or relating to the integration of finite element analysis into conventional nerd space computer-aided design tools. Isogeotherm. A geoisolearn. Isogeothermal. Relating to isogeotherms. Isogeothermic. Relating to isogeotherms. Isogeotherms. Plural of isogeotherm. Isodranio. Synonym of isocitral. Isogesis. Misspelling of isogesis. Isogetical. Misspelling of isogetical. See isogesis. Isogencatin. The biflavonoid 8,5,5,7-dihydroxy-4-oxo-4-H-1 benzopirin 2-2-methoxyphenol 5,7-dihydroxy-2,4-methoxyphenol 4-H-1 benzopirin 4-1 that suppresses transcriptional elongation of NMRA. Isoglobosores. A class of glycosphingolipids containing the sequence gal NAC beta 1,3 gal alpha 1,3 gal beta 1,4 GLC beta sur N-acetyl galactosamine, galactose, glucose, ceramide. Isoglutatriose. An isomer of globutriose found in the milk of some bears. Isogloss. A line on a map indicating the geographical boundaries of a linguistic feature. Isoglossal. Relating to an isogloss. Isoglosses. Plural of isogloss. Isoglossic. Relating to an isogloss. Isoglucose, high fructose corn syrup. Isoglucoses, plural of isoglucose. Isoglutamine, a gamma amino acid derived from glutamic acid by substituting the carboxyl group in position 1 with an amide group. Isoglutamines, plural of isoglutamine. Isoglycemic, having the same concentration of blood sugar. Isoglycosihinate, a derivative of glycosic acid extracted from the roots of the plant Glycosic glabra that has potential anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and hepatoprotective activities. Isognathism, the property of being isognathous. Isognathous, having similar molar teeth in both jaws. Isognominid, any of the family Isognominidae, a synonym of the Pteridae of marine bivalve mollusks related to the pearl oysters. Isognominids, plural of isognominid. Isodin, an equiangular polygon. Isodinal, describing lines connecting points on the Earth's surface whose magnetic declination is identical. Isogonality, the property of being isodinal. Isodinally, in an isogonal manner. Isogonals, plural of isogonal. Isogonic, describing imaginary lines connecting points on the Earth's surface of identical magnetic declination. Isogonics, plural of isogonic. Isogonism, the quality of having similar sexual zooids or gonophores and dissimilar hydrants, said of certain hydroids. Isogons, plural of isogon. Isogaria, equality of freedom of speech and expression, the right of each citizen of a city or other unit to speak in public and address that city. Isograd, a line either on a map or the surface of the Earth, joining points at which metamorphism reached similar pressures and temperatures, actually the intersection of a surface and that of the Earth. Isograds, plural of isograph. Isograft, a surgical transplant of tissue between genetically identical individuals, i.e. monozygotic twins. Isografted, simple past and past participle of isograph. Isografting, present participle and gerund of isograph. Isografts, plural of isograph. Isogram, a word in which no letter of the alphabet occurs more than once. Isograms, plural of isogram. Isogramming, the quality of being an isogram. Isograph, a line indicating the geographical boundaries within which a particular feature of a written script is used. Isographic, of or pertaining to isography. Isographical, alternative form of isographic. Isographies, plural of isography. Isographs, plural of isograph. Isography, an automorphism of transformation networks. Isograph, an isoline on a map joining points of equal gravitational potential. Isograviometric, having a constant weight. Isogravitational, experiencing the same gravitational force. Isogravity, a gauge theory that attempts to unify gravity with the electroweak interaction. Isographs, plural of isograph. Isogrid, a partially hollowed out structure formed usually from a single metal plate or face sheet with triangular integral stiffening ribs and used in aerospace applications. Isogrids, plural of isogrid. Isogriv, a line on a map or chart which joins points of equal gravation, that is, equal angle between grid north and magnetic north. Isogrids, plural of isogriv. Isogroup, an assembled transcription sequence approximately equivalent to a gene. Isogroups, plural of isogroup. Isoguanine, the isomer of guanine 6-amino 1,7-dihydropurin 2,1. Isoguanosine, an isomer of guanosine derived from isoguanine and ribose. Isoguanine, a GABA, a receptor agonist used in scientific research. Isogyre, dark bands appearing in iconoscopic interference pattern. Isogyres, plural of isogyre. Isogyric, in which the number of electron pairs is conserved. Isohaline, an isoline on a map that links places in water that have the same salinity. Isohalines, plural of isohaline. Isohalcine, an isohaline. Isohalcines, plural of isohalcine. Isohedonic, equally pleasurable. Isohedra, plural of isohedron. Isohedral, describing a polyhedron or a tiling all of whose faces are the same. Isohedrally, in an isohedral manner. Isohedron, any isohedral polyhedron. Isohype, synonym of isoeps. Isohytes, plural of isohyte. Isohal, a line on a map connecting places that receive equal solar radiation or equal daily hours of sunshine. Isohelical, relating to the same helix of a DNA molecule. Isohelically, in an isohelical manner. Isohelicity, the condition of being isohelical. Isohals, plural of isohal. Isohemagglutinin, an antibody that agglutinates the red blood cells of others of the same species. Isohemagglutinins, plural of isohemagglutinins. Isohemispheric, relating to the same hemisphere side of the cerebrum. Isohexadecane. Isostane. Isohexane, any of several isomers of hexane or a mixture of these isomers used as a solvent. Isohexanes, plural of isohexane. Isohume, an isoline connecting places with equal relative humidity. Isohumes, plural of isohume. Isohumic, having the same or uniform percentage of humic acid. Isohumulone, any of various compounds that contribute to the bitter taste of beer. Isohumulones, plural of isohumulone. Isohydric, describing solutions that have the same pH and conductivity, these values remaining constant upon mixing of the solutions. Isoate, a line of equal rainfall on a map or chart, such as a weather map. Isoetal, pertaining to or making use of isoates. Isoetals, plural of isoetal. Isoetos, isoetal. Isoetoses, plural of isoetos. Isoates, plural of isoate. Isohypersi, synonym of isoquercetin. Isohyperthermic, having an elevated temperature that has little variation throughout the year. Isoepsol, pertaining to or making use of isoipses. Isoips, a contra line, a line on a map connecting points of equal height. Isoipses, plural of isoeps. Isoimidazole, an isomer of imidazole in which a double bond is transferred from the ring to form a C equals NH or similar group. Isoimidazoles, plural of isoimidazole. Isomide, an isomer of amide in which the oxygen and one of the nitrogen atoms are swapped. Rn equals CROCOR. Isoamides, plural of isoamide. Isoimmune, synonym of alloimmune. Isoimmunization, alternative spelling of isoimmunization. Isoimmunities, plural of isoimmunity. Isoimmunity, synonym of alloimmunity. Isoimmunization, the development of antibodies in response to an isoantigen. Isoimmunizations, plural of isoimmunization. Isoimmunize, to make isoimmune. Isoimmunized, simple past and past participle of isoimmunize. Isoimmunizes, third person singular simple present indicative of isoimmunize. Isoimmunizing, present participle and gerund of isoimmunize. Isoimperatorin, a furicamarin found in Heraclea maximum. Isindazole, alternative form of isindazole. Isoindazoles, plural of isoindazole. Isoindene, a flammable polycyclic hydrocarbon with the chemical formula C9H8, composed of a cyclohexadiene ring fused with a cyclopentadiene ring. Isoindenes, plural of isoindene. Isoindol, an isoindole derivative, followed by a vowel. Isoindole, a bicyclic heterocycle that is an isomer of indole. Isoindoles, plural of isoindole. Isoindolene, the isomer of indolene to indolene. Isoindolines, plural of isoindolene. Isoindolinone, any isomer of an indolene in which the positions of the CO and NH groups are swapped. Isoindolinones, plural of isoindolinone. Isoindolone, an isomer of indolone in which the positions of the NH and CO groups are reversed. Isoindolones, plural of isoindolone. Isoinertial, having constant inertia. Isoinhibitor, any material that inhibits the action of two or more others equally. Isoinhibitors, plural of isoinhibitor. Isointense, having the same intensity as another object. Isointensities, plural of isointensity. Isointensity, the condition of being isointense. Isoionic, having the same number of positive and negative charges. Isojoki, a municipality of South Ostrobothnia, Finland. Isochemphori, the flavin 3-methoxyapigenin derived from apigenin. Isocatabase, alternative form of isocatabase. Isocatabases, plural of isocatabase. Isochronic, indicating areas that have the same amount of thunderstorm activity. Isokinetic, having the same motion or range of motions. Isokinetic, relating to the force that a muscle applies during a limb movement at constant velocity. Isokinetically, in an isokinetic manner. Isokinetics, isokinetic exercises. Isokite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing calcium, fluorine, magnesium, oxygen, and phosphorus. Isoko, the language spoken in the Isoko region and Niger Delta in Nigeria by the Isoko people. It is linguistically similar to the language of the neighboring Ahobo people. Isocont, having flagella of equal length. Isoconten, belonging to the isoconts. Isoconts, plural of isocont. Isopose, plural of isoko. Isokurarenon, synonym of Likinon. Isogir, a municipality of South Ostrobothnia, Finland. Isola, a surname from Italian. Isolability, the quality of being isolable. Isolable, able to be isolated. Isolably, such that it can be isolated. Isolamsic, isomissive. Isolani, a queen's pawn with no pawns of the same color on the adjacent files. Isolened, said C, a cardiac glycoside. Isolanes, plural of isolani. Isolent, that which is isolated from something else. Isolence, plural of isolent. Isolarisarsenal, a particular lignin. Isolas, plural of isola. Isolatable, able to be isolated. Isolate, to set apart or cut off from others. Isolated, placed or standing apart or alone, in isolation. Isolated horizon. In the context of black holes, a null hypersurface, the surface where light rays travel, that is in equilibrium with its surrounding environment. Isolated horizons, plural of isolated horizon. Isolated pawn, a pawn that has no friendly pawn on an adjacent file. Isolated pawn, plural of isolated pawn. Isolated system, a system that does not interact with its surroundings. Depending on context, this may mean that its total energy and or momentum stay constant. In thermodynamics, isolated is usually used to indicate that the system's energy does not change. In mechanics, it is used to indicate that the system's momentum does not change. Isolated systems, plural of isolated system. Isolatedly, in an isolated manner. Isolatedness, the state or condition of being isolated. Isolati, one who is isolated. Isolates, plural of isolati. Isolateral, having similar upper and lower or front and back surfaces. Isolates, plural of isolate. Isolating, present participle and gerund of isolate. Isolation, the state of being isolated, detached, or separated, the state of being away from other people. Isolation pay, additional money paid to workers based in remote communities to compensate for higher living and travel costs. Isolation play, a goal attempt that does not result from a direct pass. Isolation plays, plural of isolation play. Isolation tank, a lightless, soundproof tank inside which a subject floats in salt water at skin temperature. They were originally used to test the effects of sensory deprivation and are now used for meditation and relaxation. Isolation tanks, plural of isolation tank. Isolation transformer, a transformer used to transfer electrical power from a source of alternating current AC power to some equipment or device while galvanically isolating the device from the power source, usually for safety reasons. Isolation transformers, plural of isolation transformer. Isolational, relating to, characterized by, isolation. Isolationary, relating to, characterized by, isolation. Isolationism, a national or group policy of non-interaction with other nations or groups. Isolationisms, plural of isolationism. Isolationists, relating to, or supporting isolationism. Isolationistic, exhibiting isolationism. Isolationistically, in a way that exhibits isolationism. Isolationists, plural of isolationists. Isolations, plural of isolation. Isolationship, the quality of being isolated, isolatedness. Isolationships, plural of isolationship. Isolatitude, of equal or constant latitude. Isolative, relating to, characterized by, or causing isolation. Isolato, an isolated person, a hermit or outsider. Isolatos, plural of isolato. Isolator, an electrical device that detects short circuits and isolates them. Isolators, plural of isolator. Isolatos, plural of isolato. Isololamide, an isomer of lolamide. Isolde, a female given name from the Celtic languages or the Germanic languages. Isolat, on a ballistic graph, a curve used to calculate the trajectory needed to hit a moving target. Isolads, plural of isolad. Isocyl, having an even distribution of yolk in the cytoplasm. Isolect, a language or dialect, coined as a neutral term between language and dialect. Isoctin, any of a number of closely related lectins that are difficult to separate and act together. Isoctins, plural of isoctin. Isoctatotype, a duplicate specimen of a lectotype. Isoctotypes, plural of isoctotype. Isoelectrofocusing, the spelling of isoelectrofocusing. Isolects, plural of isolect. Isoldine, the sesquiterpene 1AR4R7R7BS1147 tetramethyl 1A2345677B octahydrous cyclopropa-E-azylene. Isoleptospermone, the sesquiterpenoid ketone 2244 tetramethyl 6,2-methylbutanoyl cyclohexane 1,3,5-trione. Isolate, alternative form of isola incubator for a newborn baby. Isolates, plural of isolate. Isolate, an incubator for a newborn baby. Isoletes, plural of isolate. Isoleucine, an essential amino acid, C6H2, isomeric with leucine, found in most animal proteins. Isoleucines, plural of isoleucine. Isoleucine, the univalent radical derived from isoleucine. Isoleucotoxin, an epoxide derived from linoleic acid, systematically named 9,10-epoxy 12-Z-octadesnoic acid. Isolex, an isod loss indicating where a certain word is used. Isolexes, plural of isolex. Isolxic, involving or indicating the same vocabulary. Isolicoflavanol, a flavonoid with the molecular formula CHO6. Isoleucinine, the alkaloid 1R14-hydroxy 1R6-methoxy 1,4-methexaphene, ilmethyl-2-methyl-3-4-dihydro 1H-isoquinoline 7-L-oxyphene, ilmethyl-6-methoxy 2-methyl-3-4-dihydro 1H-isoquinoline 7-ol. Isolindaranolide, the butanolide 3Z3-hexadecylidene 4-hydroxy 5-methylide neoxylin 2,1 or any similar isomer of lindaranolide. Isolindaranolides, plural of isolindaranolide. Isolane. Any of several types of line on a map, chart, or graph that link points having the same value of a parameter. Isolinear. On the same line. Isolinearity. The condition of being isolinear. Isolinearly. In an isolinear manner. Isolanes. Plural of isoline. Isolipidic. Having the same amount of lipid/fat. Isoliquiritygenin, a sirtuin-activating licorice chalconoid. Isoliquiritin, a particular glucopyranoside found in licorice root. Isoid, an imaginary line that connects points of a specific lithologic facies or rock type within a formation. Isolithocholic acid, an epimer of lithocholic acid. Isolabile, describing fragments of molecules that are similar in having frontier orbitals that are equal in number and similar in size, and have the same symmetries and the same occupation by electrons. Isolabily, in an isolable way. Isolabogram, misspelling of isobalogram. Isolabalogram, misspelling of isobalogram. Isolog, alternative form of isolog. Isolagus, having similar proportions, similar relations, or similar differences of composition, said specifically of groups or series which differ by a constant difference. Isologs, plural of isolog. Isolog, an isologous substance. Isologs, plural of isolog. Isolongifoline, the sesquiterpene 1R8-2277 tetramethyltricyclose 6.2.1.016 undac 5-ene. Isoloshite, a brownish-black mineral comprising mostly niobium and lanthanum. Isoluminance, any of a number of isoluminant points. Isoluminances, plural of isoluminants. Isoluminant, equally luminant. Isoluminol, the isomer of luminol 6-amino 2,3-dihydro-1,4-phthalazine. Isoluminosity, the condition of being isoluminous. Isoluminous, that has the same level of luminosity across different points. Isolurane, misspelling of isoflurane. Isolux, isophotyl. Isolysine, a hemolysin in the serum of an animal that will dissolve the red blood cells of another animal of the same species. Isolysins, plural of isolysine. Isolysis, the breakdown of cells due to the action of an isolysine and its antigen. Isolytic, of, relating to, or causing isolysis. Isome, a surname. Isomagnetic, having the same strength and sometimes direction of magnetic field. Isomalabaricane, a malabaricane whose 3 carbon rings are connected in trans-syntrans conformation. Isomalabaricans, plural of isomalabaricane. Isomalathion, an impurity found in some batches of malathion, significantly more toxic to humans than malathion. Isomalt, a glucoside of mannitol that is used as an artificial sweetener. Isomaltase, an enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of isomaltose and related dextrins. Isomaltases, plural of isomaltase. Isomaltitol, a disaccharide polyol derived from isomaltose. Isomaltodextrin, an isomer of maltodextrin formed from isomaltose rather than maltose. Isomaltoheptose, an isomaltooligosaccharide formed from 7 isomaltose monomers. Isomaltohexose, an isomaltooligosaccharide formed from 6 isomaltose monomers. Isomaltooligosaccharide, any of a family of oligosaccharides composed mostly of isomaltose monomers. Isomaltoligosaccharides, plural of isomaltoligosaccharides. Isomaltopentose, an isomaltoligosaccharide formed from 5 isomaltose monomers. Isomaltosaccharide, any saccharide composed mostly of isomaltose monomers, but especially any isomaltoligosaccharide. Isomaltosaccharides, plural of isomaltosaccharide. Isomaltose, an isomer of maltose linked alpha-1-6 rather than alpha-1-4, brachiose. Isomaltoses, plural of isomaltose. Isomaltoside, a glycoside of isomaltose. Isomaltosides, plural of isomaltoside. Isomaltotriose, an isomaltoligosaccharide formed from 4 isomaltose monomers. Isomaltotrose, an isomaltoligosaccharide formed from 4 isomaltose monomers. Isomaltothiols, an isomaltoligosaccharide formed from 3 isomaltose monomers. Isomaltoses, plural of isomaltothiols. Isomaltulose, a sweet-tasting disaccharide found in honey and sugarcane. Isomengiferin, the xanthone glycoside 1,3,6,7-tetrahydroxy, 4,2s, 3R4R5s, 6R3,4,5-trihydroxy, 6-hydroxymethyloxin, 2-ilxanthine, 9,1. Isomap, a nonlinear dimensionality reduction method for generating a quasi-isometric, low-dimensional embedding of a set of high-dimensional data points, allowing for visualization, etc. Isomaps, plural of isomap. Isomass, a condition of having the same mass. Isomenthol, the isomer of menthol 1,2-R5-R5-methyl-2-propan 2-il-cyclohexane 1-ol. Isomenthone, the isomer of menthone 5-methyl-2-propan 2-il-cyclohexane 1,1. Isomer, any of 2 or more compounds with the same molecular formula but with different structure. Isomer bomb, a type of theoretical radiological nuclear weapon that relies on an induced rapid change in the state of nuclear isomers to generate an intense gamma-ray flash. Isomer bombs, plural of isomer bomb. Isomerase, any enzyme which catalyzes the conversion of one isomeric form of a chemical compound to another. Isomerases, plural of isomerase. Isomerase, the product of an isomerization reaction, but especially a hydroxyene petroleum produced by isomerizing simple alkanes. Isomerates, plural of isomerate. Isomer, archaic form of isomer. Isomers, plural of isomer. Isomeric, an isomer. Isomerical, alternative form of isomeric. Isomerically, in an isomeric manner with regard to isomers. Isomeride, an isomer. Isomerides, plural of isomeride. Isomeries, plural of isomery. Isomization, the conversion of a compound into a different isomeric form. Isomizations, plural of isomization. Isomerize, alternative spelling of isomerize. Isomerized, simple past and past participle of isomerize. Isomerizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of isomerize. Isomerizing, present participle and gerundive isomerize. Isomerism, the phenomenon of the existence of isomers, the existence of different substances with the same molecular formula. Isomerisms, Plural of isomerism. Isomerizable. Able to undergo isomerization. Isomerization. The conversion of a compound into a different isomeric form. Isomerizations. Plural of isomerization. Isomerize. To convert a compound into a different isomeric form. Isomerized. Converted from one isomer to another. Isomerizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of isomerize. Isomerizing. Present participle and gerund of isomerize. Isomerohydralase. An enzyme that hydrolyzes all trans-retinol esters into 11-cis-retinol. Isomorphism. Isomorphism between substances that are isomeric. Isomortictase. An enzyme that combines the activity of an isomerase and a reductase. Isomortictases. Plural of isomortictase. Isomerous. Having the same number of parts. Isomerously. In an isomerous manner. Isomers. Plural of isomer. Isomertate. An isometric hexatetrahedral silver white mineral containing antimony, arsenic, and palladium. Isomery. The quality of being isomeric. Isomcidile. The divalent equals H equals CH H2CH equals. Isometabolic. Having the same metabolic rate as surrounding tissue. Isometabolism. The copy of the isometabolic. Isomtamidium chloride. A tripenocidal agent used in veterinary medicine. Isomethadone. A synthetic opioid analgesic and antitussive related to methadone. Isometheptine. A sympathomimetic amide used to treat migraines and tension headaches due to its vasoconstricting properties. Isometric. Of or exhibiting equality in dimensions. Isometric perspective. A type of visual perspective in which all dimensions parallel to the three principal spatial axes are shown in their true proportions. Isometric perspectives. Plural of isometric perspective. Isometric projection. An axonometric projection in which the three coordinate axes appear equally foreshortened and the angle between any two of them is 120 degrees. Isometric projections. Plural of isometric projection. Isometric space. Either of two spaces between which an isometry exists. Isometric spaces. Plural of isometric space. Isometrical. Dated form of isometric. Isometrically. In an isometric manner. Isometrics. Plural of isometric. Isometries. Plural of isometry. Isometrograph. A device used to draw lines parallel to an existing one. Isometrographs. Plural of isometrograph. Isomtropia. The condition of having equal refractive power in each eye, regardless of their acuity. Isomtropias. Plural of isomtropia. Isometropic. Having or relating to isomtropy. Isometry. A function between metric spaces or on a single metric space having the property that the distance between two images is equal to the distance between their pre-images. Isomia. A variant form of mRNA. Isomer. Alternative form of isomer. Isomeres. Plural of isomia. Isomers. Plural of isomer. Isomolar. Having equal molarity. Isomonodromic. Having the same or constant monodromy. Isomonodromy. The condition of being isomonodromic. Isomorph. Anything that exhibits isomorphism. Isomorphemic. Involving the same morphemes. Isomorphic. Related by an isomorphism, having a structure preserving one-to-one correspondence. Isomorphically. In an isomorphic manner. Isomorphicity. The condition of being isomorphic. Isomorphism. Similarity of form. Isomorphisms. Plural of isomorphism. Isomorphous. Of, relating to, or exhibiting isomorphism. Isomorphously. In an isomorphous manner. Isomorphs. Plural of isomorph. Isomorphy. Alternative form of isomorphism. Isoms. Plural of isom. Isomultiplet. A hadron that differs from another by having one or more of its quarks replaced by the equivalent antiquark. Isomultiplets. Plural of isomultiplet. Isonopia. The presence of the same degree of myopia in the two eyes. Isomyapic. Relating to isomyopia. Isomnescent. Any several isomers of myosin. Isomnescence. Plural of isomyacin. Isomeristicin. The isomer of myristicin. E4-methoxy, 6-propen, 1-1, 3-benzodioxyl. Ison, a surname. Isonade, a mythological monster that resembles an enormous shark, said to live off the coast of western Japan. Isonandra, any of the genus Isonandra of sapitaceous plants. Isonandras, plural of Isonandra. Isonotype, a duplicate specimen of a neotype. Isonotypes, plural of isonotype. Isona, an isoline indicating equal cloud cover. Isonos, plural of isona. Isoneral, the monoterpenoid aldehyde 3Z379-phyloctet 316. Isoneuronal, relating to the same neuron. Isoneuronal avoidance, the tendency of the neurons in a branch structure to turn away from each other. Isonazid, a synthetic crystalline compound, C6H7N30, trademarks hydrohizid, isovit, laniazid, nidrazid, rimifin, stazide, used as a bacteriostatic medication in the prevention and treatment of tuberculosis. Isonazids, plural of isoniazid. Isonicotinamide, the amide of isonicotinic acid. Isonicotinate, any salt or ester of isonicotinic acid. Isonicotinate, plural of isonicotinate. Isonicotine, a crystalline nitrogenous base alkali, CHN2, isomeric with nicotine. Isonicotinic, of or pertaining to isonicotine. Isonicotinic acid, an isomer of nicotinic acid, pyridine, or carboxylic acid. Isonicotinohydrazide, synonym of isoniazide. Isonicotinyl, the radical derived from isonicotinic acid. Isonicotinyls, plural of isonicotinyl. Isonipril, the opioid analgesic drug pethidine. Isonifril, isozanite. Isonifrils, plural of isonifril. Isonitrogenous, having the same amount of dietary nitrogen. Isonitroso compound, synonym of oxime. Isonitroso compounds, plural of isonitroso compound. Isonitroso acetanilide, an oxime of acetanilide. Isonitrosocetanilides, plural of isonitrosocetanili. Isonixin, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Isoniazid, a particular steroid glycoside. Isono, one of the moons of Jupiter. Isonomia, equality before the law, possession of equal rights, equal distribution of rights and privileges. Isonomic, the same or equal in law or right, one in kind or origin, analogous or similar. Isonomy, plural of isonomy. Isonymous, isonomic. Isonomy, alternative form of isonomia. Isononyme, isononymes, plural of isononyme. Isononynote, any salt or ester of an isononynoic acid. Isononyme, isononymes, plural of isononyme. Isononynote, any salt or ester of an isononynoic acid. Isononynotes, plural of isononynote. Isononynoic acid, any branched isomer of nonanoic acid. Isononynoic acids, plural of isononynoic acid. Isononyl, any of several branched chain isomers of the non-nil radical, but especially 3,5,5-trimethylpentyl. Isononyls, plural of isononyl. Isons, plural of ison. Isonuclear, having the same nucleus. Isonutritive, having the same nutritive value. Isonym, a paronym. Isonymic, having the same name, especially the same family name. Isonymies, plural of isonymies. Isonymous, isonymic. Isonyms, plural of isonym. Isonymy, the property of having the same name, especially the same family name. Iso, initialism of Information Security Oversight Office. Isoptusylactone, the butanylide 3E4's 3-dodec 11-anilidine 4-hydroxy 5-methylidinoxylene 2,1 or any similar isomer of a tusylactone. Isoptusylactones, plural of isoptusylactone. Isoctane, any isomer of N-octane, especially 2,2,4-trimethylpentane, used as a reference in the determination of the octane number of fuel. Isoctanes, plural of isoctane. Isoctanol, 2-ethylhexanol, a fatty alcohol used in the manufacture of a variety of products. Isoctile, any of several octyl isomers that have a side chain, but especially 6-methylheptyl. Isooctylmercaptozidate, the isooctyl ester of mercaptozidic acids. Isoctyles, plural of isoctyl. Isoptocaustic, describing a point in the thermal spectrum of a system undergoing chemical reaction that does not change in intensity during the course of the reaction. Isoryantin, an isomer of oryantin. Isosmol, having the same osmolality. Isosmolar, having the same osmolarity. Isosmolarity, the condition of being isosmolar. Isosmotic, alternative form of isoosmotic. Isosmotically, alternative form of isosmotically. Isoxazoline, synonym of isoxazoline. Isoxazolines, plural of isoxazoline. Isopatch, a line on a chart joining parts of a stratigraphic unit that have the same thickness, an isopatchous line. Isopachic, a line joining points that have the same stress. Isopachics, plural of isopachic. Isopatchous, relating to Isopatch. Isopatch. Plural of isopatch. Isopacket. Isopatch. Isopackets. Plural of isopacket. Isopalmitate. Any salt or ester of isopalmitic acid. Isopalmitates. Plural of isopalmitate. Isopalmitic acid. Any isomer of palmitic acid, but especially 15-methylpentate quinoic acid. Isopanose. A trisaccharide that is an isomer of panose. Isopanoses. Plural of isopanose. Isoparaffin. Any branched chain isomer of a straight chain alkane. Isoparaffinic. Relating to or containing an isoparaffin. Isoparaffins. Plural of isoparaffin. Isoparometric. Having the same parameters under different coordinate systems. Isoparm. An isoparometric curve. Isoparms. Plural of isoparm. Isopatralenon. A tricyclic ketone found in Cyperus rotundus. UPAC name 1R710R4101111 tetramethyl tricyclo 5.3.1.015 UNDEC 4 and 31. Isopathy. The system that treats a disease by means of the virus of the same disease. Isoptic. Synonym of equiglacial line. Isoptics. Plural of isoptic. Isoptene. A layer of mineralized collagen in some fish scales. Isoptenes. Plural of isoptene. Isopenicillin. A cyclic isomer of penicillin. Isopenicillins. Plural of isopenicillin. Isopantadiene. Any isomer of pantaene, but especially isopan. Isopentane. An aliphatic hydrocarbon with a chemical structure CH2CH2CH, isomeric with pente and neopentane. Isopentanes. Plural of isopentane. Isopentanoate. Synonym of isovalerate. Isobentanotes. Plural of isopentanoate. Isopentanol. Any isomer of N-pentanol, but especially amyl alcohol. Isopentenyl. Alternative form of isopentyl. Isopentene. Any isomer of N-pentene cis or trans-2-pentene, methylbutene and C. Isopentenes. Plural of isopentene. Isopentenyl. A utile edible ZH equals C is ZH2 ZH do it with isopentene. Isopentenyladenine. A particular cytokinin. Isopentenyladenosine. A particular cytokinin. Isopentenylation. Reaction with an isopentenyl radical. Isopentenyls. Plural of isopentenyl. Isopentenyltransferase. Any transferase that catalyzes the transfer of an isopentenyl group. Isopentenyltransferases. Plural of isopentenyltransferase. Isopentyl. Isomil. Isopentylamine. The aliphatic pyrimidine is amine Z, ZH2, ZH2, and H2. Isopentyls. Plural of isopentyl. Isopsin. Pepsin modified by exposure to a temperature of 40 to 60 degrees C. Isopeptidase. Any enzyme that catalyzes the cleavage of an isopeptide bond, especially that between the terminal glycine attached to ubiquitin. Isopeptidases. Plural of isopeptidase. Isopeptide. A compound of two or more amino acids, a peptide in which an amide link involves an amino group, not in the alpha position. Isopeptides, plural of isopeptide. Isopeptidic, relating to or composed of isopeptides. Isoperformance, the performance of a machine or system that is invariant under a range of inputs. Isoperformances, plural of isoperformance. Isoparabolic, approximately isothermal. Isoperimeter, a figure that has the same perimeter as another. Isoperimeters, plural of isoperimeter. Isoperimetric, having the same perimeter, applied to the problem of finding a plane figure of the largest possible area whose boundary has a specified length. Isoperimetrical. Isoperimetric. Isoperimetrically, having the same perimeter. Isoperimetry, the study of isoperimetric structures. Isoperiodic, having the same period. Isoperistaltic, exhibiting peristalsis in the same direction. Isophagy, autolyses. Isophane, a synthetic form of insulin used to treat diabetes. Isophanes, plural of isophane. Isophase light, a rhythmic light in a lighthouse in which all durations of light and darkness are equal. Isophase lights, plural of isophase light. Isophene, a line on a map, etc. Joining places where a particular biological phenomenon is exhibited in the same way, such as where plants flower at the same time in isindesic or where the same proportion of clines is found. Isophenes, plural of isophene. Isophenogamy, mating between people who have the same phenotype who bear a somatic resemblance to each other. Isophenotypic, having the same phenotype. Isofluorine, a pieketron and endihydroporphyrin, a non-aromatic complex derived from porphyrin with properties similar to a porphyrinoid. Isoflurans, plural of isofluorine. Isophone, an isogloss indicating where a certain phone or speech segment is found. Isophones, plural of isophone. Isophonic, involving or indicating the same sound, identical in sound. Isophorone, an alpha-beta unsaturated cyclic ketone, a colorless to yellowish liquid with a characteristic smell, used as a solvent and as an intermediate in organic synthesis. Isophorones, plural of isophorone. Isophosphamide, synonym of isosphamide. Isophosphindole, a heterocycle formerly derived from isoindole by replacing the nitrogen atom with phosphorus. Isophosphindoles, plural of isophosphindole. Isophosphanoline, a heterocycle formerly derived from isoquinoline by replacing the nitrogen atom with phosphorus. Isophosphanolines, plural of isophosphanolene. Isophot, a line of equal luminance on a map. Isophotal, of or pertaining to isophots or isophotes. Isophote, a contour of equal luminance in an image. Isophotes, plural of isophote. Isophotic, isophotal. Isophotometric, relating to isophotometry. Isophotometry, the study, measurement, or construction of isophotes. Isophots, plural of isophote. Isophthalami, the amide of isophthalic acid. Isophthalate, any salt or ester of isophthalic acid. Isophthalates, plural of isophthalate. Isophthalic, of or pertaining to isophthalic acid and its derivatives. Isophthalic acid, the isomer of phthalic acid benzene 1,3-decarboxylic acid used in the synthesis of polymers. Isophilus, having leaves of equal size and shape throughout. Isophytol, the isomer of phytyl 3,7,11,15-tetramethylhexadic 1N3L. Isopistic, having equal pressure, isobaric. Isopistics, plural of isopistic. Isopylane, the alkaloid 6-AR2,3-dimethoxy 5,6,6-A7-tetrahydro. For H-dibenzoate-G-quinoline 1L. Isopimerin, a tricyclic diterpene with UPAC name 2s 4AS4B R8AS10AS2-ethyl-2,4B 8,8-tetramethyl-3,4 4A5,6,7,8,A9,10,10-adic-hydro 1H-phenanthren. Isopimeric acid, a resin acid toxin found in various trees, especially conifers. Isopimpinellin, a particular furanochromone. Isopimpinolin, a furacalmarin found in celery, parsnips, and various other plants. Isopinicum-thylamine, the bicyclic monoterpenoid alcohol 1R2R3R5-2,6,6-trimethylbicyclo-3.1.1 heptane 3-ol. Isopepticase, plural of isopeptisis. Isopeptisis, an isolene that joins points on a map where the individuals of a particular migratory species arrive at the same time each year. Isoplanatic, having the same planarity. Isoplastic, relating to isoplasty. Isoplasties, plural of isoplasty. Isoplasty, isotransplantation. Isopelect, a line drawn on a map through all points having the same value of some measurable quantity. Isoplastic, relating to isopelets. Isopelets, plural of isopeleth. Isoplurin, equilateral. Isopod, any of very many crustaceans of the order Isopoda that have a flattened body and no carapace. Isopodon, of or relating to the isopods. Isopodons, plural of isopodon. Isopodologists, one who studies isopods. Isopodologists, plural of isopodologists. Isopodus, isopodon belonging or relating to the isopods. Isopods, plural of isopod. Isopointal, describing crystals belonging to the same point group. Isopolar, having the same poles or apices. Isopolitical, relating to isopolity. Isopolities, plural of isopolity. Isopolity, equal rights of citizenship in different communities, mutual political rights. Isopol, a line on a map showing places having the same amount of a particular pollen. Isopols, plural of isopol. Isopoly acid, any of several complex oxyacids containing atoms of one or more metals. They form heteropoly acids in combination with non-metallic compounds. Isopoly acids, plural of isopoly acid. Isopolyanion, anion derived from an isopoly acid. Isopolyanions, plural of isopolyanion. Isober, a line on a map that joins places of equal annual change in a geomagnetic property, an isoporic line. Isopore, having pores of all the same size. Isoporic, concerning isopors, lines of equal annual change in a geomagnetic property. Isoporphyrin, any of several isomeric forms of porphyrin, this porphysine, cophysine, hemiporphysine, porphysine, and confused porphyrin. Isoporphyrins, plural of isoporphyrin. Isobers, plural of isober. Isopotential, equipotential. Isopotentiality, synonym of equipotentiality. Isopotentials, plural of isopotential. Isopract, an isolane. Isopracts, plural of isopract. Isoprazone, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Isopreference, having a constant subjective quality. Isopregnanolone, the epimer of allopregnanolone 3-beta-hydroxy-5-alpha-pregnan 21. Isoprenaline, alternative form of isoprenaline. Isoprenaline, a sympathomimetic beta-adrenergic agonist medication, structurally similar to epinephrine and mainly used for the relief of bronchial asthma and pulmonary emphysema. Isoprenalins, plural of isoprenaline. Isoprenalins, plural of isoprenalin. Isopren, an unsaturated hydrocarbon, C5H8, that is readily polymerized. Natural rubber caoutchouc is cis-1,4-polyisopren and trans-1,4-polyisopren is present in gutta percha and ballata. It is the structural basis for the terpenes. Isoprens, plural of isopren. Isoprenic, relating to isopren or to the many isoprenoids. Isoprenogenesis, the biosynthesis of isoprenoids. Isoprenoi, any compound formally derived from one or more isopren units. Isoprenoidal, relating to an isoprenoid. Isoprenoids, plural of isoprenoi. Isoprenol, any isoprenoid alcohol, but especially 3-methyl-but-3-N-1-ol. Isoprenologue, any homologue of an isoprenoid. Isoprenologues, plural of isoprenologue. Isoprenol, plural of isoprenol. Isoprenyl, the univalent radical CH2CH equals CCHC5H derived from isopren C5H. https://journals.sage.pdf/10.117/1,934,578-x0900400115 also called prenyl. Isoprenylate, to modify by isoprenylation. Isoprenylated, modified by isoprenylation. Isoprenylates, third person singular simple present indicative of isoprenylate. Isoprenylating, present participle and gerund of isoprenylate. Isoprenylation, the addition of a hydrophobic isoprenoid group to a protein to facilitate attachment to cell membranes. Isoprenylation, plural of isoprenylation. Isoprenylcysteine, an isoprenylated derivative of cysteine that forms a motif in some oncogenic proteins. Isoprenyls, plural of isoprenyl. Isoprobability, describing points on a graph that represent the same probability of some event. Isoprotein, the dapsone 4,4-aminophenol sulfonyl 2-propylpyridine 4-carbothiamide pyridine 4-carbohydrazide. Isoprofen, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Isopromethazine, a particular antihistamine drug. Isopropamide, a long-acting anticholinergic drug, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Isopromethazine, a particular antihistamine drug. Isopropamide, a long-acting anticholinergic drug used in the treatment of peptic ulcers and other gastrointestinal disorders involving hyperacidity and hypermotility. Isopropanol, an anion derived from propane by removing a hydrogen cation from the central carbon atom. Isopropanol, the aliphatic alcohol 2-propanol, isopropyl alcohol. Isopropanolamine, 1-amino-2-propanol, an amino alcohol that can be prepared by the addition of aqueous ammonia to propylene oxide used to achieve basicity, buffering, and alkalinity objectives and as a solubilizer. Isopropanolamines, plural of isopropanolamine. Isopropanols, plural of isopropanol. Isopropanol, the univalent hydrocarbon radical derived from isoprene CH equals CCH. Isopropanols, plural of isopropanol. Isopropoxide, the univalent anion derived from isopropanol by removal of the hydroxy hydrogen atom and salt containing this anion. Isopropoxides, plural of isopropoxide. Isopropoxy, the radical CHCHO derived from isopropyl alcohol. Isopropyl, the univalent organic radical CHCH. Isopropyl alcohol, the aliphatic alcohol 2-propanol that is used as a solvent and in many industrial applications. Isopropyl acetone, methyl isobutyl ketone, a colorless liquid widely used as a solvent. Isopropyl acrylamide, any isopropyl derivative of acrylamide. Isopropyl acrylamides, plural of isopropyl acrylamide. Isopropylamide, any anisopropyl derivative of an amide. Isopropylamides, plural of isopropylamide. Isopropylamine, an amine, a hygroscopic colorless flammable liquid with an ammonia odor, with various applications such as in herbicides, plastics, pharmaceuticals, and chemical weapons. Isopropylamines, plural of isopropylamine. Isopropylamphetamine, an isomer of propylamphetamine. It is a psychostimulant. Isopropylarin, any isopropyl derivative of an arin. Isopropylarins, plural of isopropylarin. Isopropylbenzene, humine. Isopropylbenzylamine, a specific methamphetamine diluent. Isopropylbenzylidine, any isopropyl derivative of the benzylidine radical. Isopropylcolstane, any of several isopropyl derivatives of colstane, but especially 24-isopropylcolstane, a biomarker of primitive animals. Isopropylcolstanes, plural of isopropylcolstane. Isopropylethylene, any isopropyl derivative of ethylene. Isopropylethylene, plural of isopropylethylene. Isopropylidine, the divalent radical CHC. Isopropylide dioxy, a bifunctional group which has connections to two oxygen atoms that are both connected to the central carbon of propane. Isopropylidines, plural of isopropylidine. Isopropylmalic acid, an intermediate in leucine biosynthesis, synthesized from oxosularate by 2-isopropyl malate synthase and converted into isopropyl 3-oxosuccinate by 3-isopropyl malate dehydrogenase. Isopropyl methylphosphonic acid, a sarin hydrolysis product. Isopropyl oxy, synonym of isopropoxy. Isopropyl phosphate, any isopropyl phosphate ester of a phosphoric acid. Isopropyl phosphates, plural of isopropyl phosphate. Isopropyls, plural of isopropyl. Isopropyl thiogalactoside, any isopropyl thiogalactoside. Isopropyl thioxanthone, any isopropyl derivative of thioxanthone. Isopropyl thioxanthones, plural of isopropyl thioxanthone. Isoproscaline, 4-ipropoxy 3,5-dimethylphenethylamine, an analog of mescaline that produces hallucinogenic, psychedelic, and entheogenic effects. Isoprostane. Any of various prostaglandin-like compounds formed in vivo from the free radical catalyzed peroxidation of essential fatty acids, primarily arachidonic acid, without the direct action of cyclooxygenase enzyme. Isoprostanes. Plural of isoprostane. Isoprostanoid. Any derivative of a prostanoid based on an isoprostane skeleton. Isoprostanoids. Plural of isoprostanoid. Isoprotein. Having the same amount of protein. Isoprotein. Any of a family of closely related proteins that have similar structural and functional properties. Isoproteins. Plural of isoprotein. Isoprotrenol. Synonym of isoprenolone. Isoprotrenols. Plural of isoprotrenol. Isoprothioline. A particular fungicide. Isoperchurin. A selective, systemic herbicide, 3,4-isopropylphenyl 1,1-dimethylurea, that is used in the control of annual grasses and broad-leaved weeds in cereals. Isopronotin. The isoflavone 7-hydroxy 3,4-hydroxyphenyl 5-methoxychrom 4,1 present in Ormosia excelsa. Isopsaphy. The practice of adding up the numerical values of the letters in a word to form a single number. Isopsorylene. Synonym of angilicin. Isopter. A line on a graph or diagram showing places of equal visual acuity. Isopteran. Any member of the infraorder Isoptera of termites. Isopterans. Plural of isopteran. Isopterus. Having the wings equal. Isopters. Plural of isopter. Isoptic. The set of points for which two tangents of a given curve meet at a given angle. Isoptics. Plural of isoptic. Isopyligal. An unsaturated derivative of menthol 1R3R4-spement A10. 3L. Isopolyulanase. An enzyme, polyulan 4-gluconohydrolase, that catalyzes the hydrolysis of polyulan to isopanose 6-sulfur-maltosylglucose. Isopolyulanases. Plural of isopolyulanase. Isopunicine. Synonym of isopolydyrene. Isopurpurine. 1,2,7-trihydroxyanthraquinone. Isopycnol. A line connecting points of constant density in the ocean or in the atmosphere. Isopycnols. Plural of isopycnol. Isopycnic. Of points on a surface or in a medium having equal densities. Isopycnically. In an isopycnic manner. Isopycnics. Plural of isopycnic. Isopycnosis. Isopycnotic. Alternative form of isopycnotic. Isopagus. Having the cephalin and pygidium of more or less equal size. Isopycnic. Misspelling of isopycnic. Isopycnosis. The condition of a chromosome that is evenly coiled and stains uniformly. Isopynotic. Exhibiting isopycnosis. Isopyre. A form of opal that has iron oxide impurities. Isopyres. Plural of isopyre. Isoquant. A line of equal or constant economic production on a graph, chart, or map. Isoquantal. Relating to isoquant. Isoquants. Plural of isoquant. Isoquercetin. A glucoside of quercetin. Isoquercetrin. Misspelling of isoquercitrin. Isoquercetin. Misspelling of isoquercetin. Isoquercitrin. A flavonoid glycoside, isolated from mangoes or from the giant rhubarb, that has anti-inflammatory activity. Isoquercetracide, synonym of isoquercetin. Isoquinase, the drug clazolam. Isoquinolic, of or pertaining to isoquinoline. Isoquinolenamine, an amine derivative of isoquinoline. Isoquinolenamines, plural of isoquinolenamine. Isoquinoline, an isomer of quinoline, many of whose derivatives occur as alkaloids and are synthesized for use as dyes, pharmaceuticals, etc. Isoquinolines, plural of isoquinoline. Isoquinolenium, the cation formed by protonation of an isoquinoline. Isoquinolenol, a phenol derived from isoquinoline 1-isoquinolenol. Isoquinolenon, synonym of isoquinolenol. Isoquinolenons, plural of isoquinolenon. Isoquinolenyl, an isomer of the quinolenyl radical derived from isoquinolenol. Isoquinolone, any of several isomeric ketones derived from isoquinoline. Isoquinolones, plural of isoquinolone. Isoquinuclidine, an isomer of quiniquidine in which the nitrogen atom is one position removed from the bridgehead. Isoquinuclidines, plural of isoquinuclidine. Isorabachromone, a particular chromone found in the leaves of aloe vera. Isoradial, of a planar graph where each face is inscribable in a circle of common radius. Isoraucinol, synonym of raucinol. Isorcin, a synthetic metamer of orcin. Isorceptor, either of a number of receptors that have the same or similar function. Isorceptors, plural of isorceptor. Isorfractive, having the same refractive index. Isorniatane, the aromatic carotenoid 1,2,4-trimethyl-3,3,7,12,16 tetramethyl 18,2,2,6 trimethyl-cyclohexyloctane silbenzene. Isorniaretanes, plural of isorniaretane. Isorniaridine, the carotenoid 3,3,1, E3, E5, E7, E9, E11, E13, E15, E17, E3, 7, 12, 16 tetramethyl-octane 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, and 1, 18 el bis 1, 2, 4 trimethylbenzene. Isor response, any of a number of responses of the same degree. Isor responses, plural of isor response. Isor responsive, that produces the same response. Isorarticular, having the same or similar structural topology. Isorhamidin, an O-methylated flavanol found in Tagetes lucida. Isorhamitine, alternative form of isorhamitin. Isorhiza, an open tubular nematocyst in Cnidaria that anchors the animal as it moves on its tentacles. Isorhizo, of or relating to isorhizas. Isorhizas, plural of isorhiza. Isorhodopsin, an isomer of rhodopsin formed when it absorbs light. Isorhinchophiline, a plant alkaloid methyl E2,3s, 6 or 7s, 8s, 6-ethyl-2-oxyspiro 1-H-indole 3,1-3,5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 8 hexahydro 2-H-indolazine 7L3-methoxypropt 2-enose. Isor-im, a technique that arranges a fixed pattern of pitches with a repeating rhythmic pattern used in some medieval motets and in more recent works. Isorhythmic, pertaining to or using isorhythm. Isorhythmically, in an isorhythmic way. Isorhythmicity, the condition of being isorhythmic. Isorhythms, Plural of isorhythm. Isoricardin. Any of a group of bisphenzyls present in liverwort. Isoricardins. Plural of isoricardin. Isorosindulin. A position isomer of rosindulin that, unlike rosindulin, reacts with 4,40-dimethylaminobenhydrol. Isorosindulins. Plural of isorosindulin. Isorotation. Equal rotation, especially of parts of a rotating magnetic field. Isorotational. Of, pertaining to, or exhibiting isorotation. Isorotations. Plural of isorotation. Isorhythmic. Alternative form of isorhythmic. Isorubigervine. An isomer of rubigervine. Isorumalenic acid. The polyunsaturated fatty acid 9Z13 E15Z 913 15 articulianoic acid. Iso. Plural of iso. Ios. Plural of iso. Isosaccharine. The conjugate base of isosaccharinic acid is salt or ester of isosaccharinic acid. Isosaccharinates. Plural of isosaccharinate. Isosaccharinic acid, a 6-carbon sugar acid formed by the action of calcium hydroxide on lactose and other carbohydrates. Isosafrole. Alternative form of isosafrole. Isosafrole, an aromatic compound, a precursor for MDP2P, which is converted into the psychoactive drug MDMA or ecstasy, found in small amounts in essential oils but more commonly obtained by isomerizing safrole. Isosafroles. Plural of isosafrole. Isosafroles. Plural of isosafrole. Isosaccharitin. The flavonoid 2,5,7-dihydroxy 2,4-methexaphenyl 2,3-dihydrochrome 4,1. Isosalient. Having the same salience. Isosaline. Having equal salinity. Isosalines. Plural of isosaline. Isosalaperpicide. Fluorescent. Isosarcometric. Having equal length sarcomeres. Isosaturated. Equally saturated. Isospestic. Having a constant or equal absorption. Isospestic point. A specific wavelength at which two chemical species have the same molar absorptivity. Isospestic points. Plural of isospestic point. Isoscalar. A scalar transformation of a particle or field as a result of isospin. Isoscalars. Plural of isoscalar. Isoscaling. The differential scaling properties of isotopes. Isoscape. The geographic distribution of isotope ratios. Isoscapes. Plural of isoscape. Isocellar. Isosceles. Isosceles, having at least two sides of equal length, used especially of a triangle or trapezoid. Isosceles trapezoid, a quadrilateral with two parallel sides and a separate pair of congruent sides which are not parallel. Isosceles trapezoids. Plural of isosceles trapezoid. Isosceles triangle. A triangle having at least two sides equal. Isosceles triangles. Plural of isosceles triangle. Isoshaftosi. An isomer of shaftosi. Isoschismer. Either of a pair of restriction enzymes specific to the same recognition sequence. Isoschisomeric. Of or relating to isoschismers. Isoschismers. Plural of isoschismer. Isosclerone. The naphthaquinone derivative for A-dihydroxy 3,4-dihydro 2-H-naphthalene 1,1. Isoscoparin, a glucoside of chrysoreal. Isoscutolarin, a flavone found in Theobroma grandiflorum and in the liverwort Marchantia berterona. Isosismol, a line on a map joining points of equal seismic intensity produced by an earthquake. Isosismols, plural of isosismol. Isosismic, isosismol, isosismical, isosismol. Isoselective, having identical selectivities. Isoselectivity, the condition of being isoselective. Isoselenicyanate, the selenium analog of isocyanate, Rn equals C equals C. Isoselenicyates, plural of isoselenocyanate. Isosmantic, having the same meaning. Isosepiapterin, a pigment that is an isomer of sepiapterin. Isosequential, having the same sequence of nucleotides. Isosexual, of the same biological sex. Isosexually, in an isosexual manner. Isochoacene, the unsaturated aliphatic hydrocarbon 3-methyl-1,2-dihydro-2,3-dihydrobutyroxene. Isosilibanin, synonym of isosilibin. Isosilibin, any of a group of flavonoids found in coffee and the milk thistle. Isosilibins, plural of isosilibin. Isosinglet, an isotopic singlet state. Isosinglets, plural of isosinglet. Isosmolar, alternative form of isosmolar. Isosmotic, having the same osmotic pressure. Isosmotically, with the same osmotic pressure. Isosorbi, a bicyclic derivative of furan whose nitrates are used as vasodilators. Isosorbide dinitrate, a coronary vasodilator C6H8N2O8 trademark isordil used especially in the treatment of angina pectoris. Isosorbides, plural of isosorbi. Isospace, a form of spacetime that is rotated about some axis. Isospartine, a particular polycyclic alkaloid. Isospecific, equally specific. Isospecificity, the condition of being isospecific. Isospectral, having the same spectrum. Isospectrality, the state or condition of being isospectral. Isospectrally, in an isospectral manner. Isospin, a quantum number or symmetry related to the strong interaction. Isospinario, relating to an isospinner. Isospins, plural of isospin. Isospondylus, of or pertaining to the former order Isospondyli. Isosporin, any parasite of the genus Isospora responsible for isosporiasis. Isosporins, plural of isosporin. Isospore, one of the spores produced by an isosporous organism. Isospores, plural of isospore. Isosporiasis, infection by parasites of the genus Isospora. Isosporic, producing only one kind of spore. Isosporous, producing only one kind of spore. Isospory, the quality of being isosporous. Isostable, equally stable. Isostasis, plural of isostasy. Isostasis, a geologist who studies isostasy. Isostasis, plural of isostasis. Isostasy, the state of balance or pressure equilibrium thought to exist within the Earth's crust, whereby the upper lithosphere floats on denser magma beneath. Isostatic. Isostasy, the state of balance or pressure equilibrium thought to exist within the Earth's crust, whereby the upper lithosphere floats on denser magma beneath. Isostatic, a line of constant stress. Isostatical. Isostatic. Isostatically, in an isostatic manner. Isostaticity, the condition of being isostatic. Isostatics, plural of isostatic. Isosterate, any salt or ester of isosteric acid. Isosterates, plural of isosterate. Isosteric acid, the isomer of steric acid 16-methylheptadecanoic acid. Isostemonous, having the same number of stamens as petals. Isostemony, the quality or state of being isostemonous. Isoster, any of a group of molecules or ions that have the same number of valence electrons and have chemical or physical similarities. For example, SH, NH2, and CH3 are isosters of OH. Isosters, plural of isoster. Isosteric, of or pertaining to isosters. Isosterically, in an isosteric manner. Isostericity, the condition of being isosteric. Isosterism, the condition of being isosteric. Isosteroid, any of many steroids that have a side chain that is an isomer of the normal steroid. Isosteroidal, having an isomeric side chain. Isesteroids, plural of isosteroid. Isosterile, the isomer of steviol 4-alpha-8 beta-13 methyl 16-oxo 17-norcorin 18-OIC acid. Isosthenuria, the excretion of urine whose specific gravity concentration is neither greater nor less than that of protein-free plasma. Isosthenuric, relating to isostenuria. Isostictid, any damselfly in the family Isostictidae. Isostictids, plural of isostictid. Isostilbic, describing an isosbestic point in a spectrum that remains constant throughout a reaction. Isostoichiometric, having the same stoichiometry ratio of elements. Isostoichiometrically, in an isostoichiometric manner. Isostrain, a condition of constant strain. Isostress, a condition of constant stress. Isostructural, having the same or a corresponding structure. Isostructurality, the condition of being isostructural. Isostructurally, in an isostructural manner. Isostructure, a solid that has the same electronic or crystal structure as another. Isostructures, plural of isostructure. Isostylus, synonym of homostylus. Isosulfan blue, a contrast agent medication used to delineate the lymph vessels during lymphography. Isosulfosanate, a salt of isosulfocyanic acid. Isosulfosanates, plural of isosulfocyanate. Isosulfocyanic acid, an acid isomeric with sulfocyanic acid. Isurface, a surface that represents points of a constant value within a volume of space. Isosurfaces, plural of isosurface. Isosurfacing, the construction of an isosurface. Isosportia a flavonoid glycoside present in Dysampsia antarctica. Isoswarticin, a flavonoid present typically as a glycoside in some cereals. Isosyllabic, of orthometrical systems in which syllables are of equal length. Isosyllabicity, the use of isosyllabic verse. Isosyllabism, The use of isosyllabic verse. Isosymmetric. Having or maintaining the same symmetry. Isosynchronous. Of a communications system in which the source and target are each synchronized, but each transmission contains a start bit and a stop bit. Isosynchronously. In isosynchronous fashion. Isosynchrony. The quality of being isosynchronous. Isosyntagmic. Involving or indicating the same syntax. Isot. Fiber pepper variety. Isotac. A contra line indicating equal dates of thawing. Isotach. An isolene linking places on a map which have equal wind speed. Isotachophoresis. A form of electrophoresis that uses a discontinuous electric field. Isotachophoretic. Relating to isotachophoresis. Isotachophoretically. By means of isotachophoresis. Isotachs. Plural of isotach. Isotax. Plural of isotac. Isotactic. Having substituents arranged in the same rather than random configuration in each repeat unit. Isodacticities. Plural of isotacticity. Isodacticity. The state of being isotactic. Isotactoid. Isotactic. Isotensionon. The isomer of tensionon 4-adimethylnatho-2,1-F1 benzofuran 7,11-dione. Isotensionons. Plural of isotensionon. Isotaphonomic. Relating to isotaphonomy. Isotaphonomy. Equal fossilization or other fate of organisms that are in the same environment. Isotaxy. Isodacticity. Isotmid. Any member of the family Isotmidae of extinct ungulates. Isotmids. Plural of isotmid. Isotemporal. In the same time frame. Isotnoscope. A measuring device used to measure the vapor pressure of liquids. Isotensional. Having the same tension in each direction. Isotensionally. In an isotensional manner. Isoterestricin. A particular steroid glycoside. Isothancunisode. A triterpenoid centelloside present in a pennywort. Isoleryl. Of or relating to isothers. Isoleryls. Plural of isotheryl. Isoler. An isotherm connecting points on a map with equal mean summer temperature. Isolers. Plural of isother. Isoluric. Relating to isothers. Isoler. A line on a graph or chart such as a weather map, along which all the points have the same temperature. Isothermal. Of or pertaining to a process that takes place at constant temperature. Isothermalities. Plural of isothermality. Isothermality. The condition of being isothermal. Isothermally. In an isothermal manner, at constant temperature. Isothermals. Plural of isothermal. Isothermic. Of a thermodynamic process during which the temperature remains constant. Isothermical. Synonym of isothermic. Isothermically. In an isothermic manner. Isothermobath. A line drawn through points of equal temperature in a vertical section of the ocean. Isothermobathic. Of or pertaining to an isothermobath, having or indicating equal temperatures in a vertical section, usually in the ocean. Isothermobaths. Plural of isothermobath. Isothermogram, a graphical recording of isothermal titration calorimetry. Isothermograms, plural of isothermogram. Isothermos, synonym of isothermic. Isotherms, plural of isotherm. Isotherm bros, an isolene connecting points on the Earth's surface that have the same mean summer rainfall. Isotherm broses, plural of isotherm bros. Isoazole, an isomer of thiazole 1,2-thiazole, many of whose derivatives have biological activity. Isoazoles, plural of isothiazole. Isoazolidine, a saturated, 5-membered heterocycle containing 3 carbon atoms and a sulfur and nitrogen atom in the 1,2 positions. Any derivative of this compound. Isoazolidines, plural of isothiazolidine. Isoazolidinium, a protonated cation formed from isothiazolidine. Isoazolinone, a heterocyclic amide 1,2-thiazole 3,1, any of various derivatives of this compound used as biocides. Isothiazolinones, plural of isothiazolinone. Isothiazolone, synonym of isothiazolinone. Isothiazolones, plural of isothiazolone. Isozany, any salt or ester of the heterocyclic is a gas. VNCS vertical DNCSAN as American OZ. Isoacenates. Plural of isoacene. Isoacemicarbazide. The isomer of thiazomicarbazide RSE equals NHNHNH2R equals H, or any of its derivatives R equals alkyl or aryl radical. Isoacemicarbazides, plural of isothiacemicarbazide. Isourea, the isomer of thiourea NH2Z equals NHSH, known only as substituted derivatives. Isothiazole, plural of isothiazole. Isothiapindole, a particular antipyretic drug. Isotate, a subsequence of an isogroup. Isotigs, plural of isotate. Isotom, an isolene joining point on a map with the same transport costs for a particular product. Isotoms, plural of isotom. Isotiquimide, an anti-ulcer drug. Isotocin, a derivative of oxytocin that occurs in fish. Isotome, a line drawn through a joint to indicate which segments are homologous. Isotomes, plural of isotome. Isotomic, having equal but reflected sevions. Isotomically, in an isotomic manner. Isotomid, any springtail in the family Isotomidae. Isotomids, plural of isotomid. Isonymous, relating to an isotome. Isotomously, in an isotomous manner. Isotone, any of a number of nuclides of different elements that have the same number of neutrons. Isotones, plural of isotone. Isotonic, having the same osmotic pressure. Isotonically, in an isotonic way. Isotonicity, the state of being isotonic, or extent to which something is isotonic. Isotonics, isotonic exercises. Isotonitazine, a benzimidazole-derived opioid analgesic drug related to etnidazine, sometimes used as a designer drug. Isotonitazepine, a benzimidazole derivative with potent opioid effects, sometimes used as a designer drug. Isotonization, the process or the result of isotonizing. Isotonize, to make isotonic. Isotonize, Simple past and past participle of isotonize. Isotonizing. Present participle and gerund of isotonize. Isotope. Any of two or more forms of an element where the atoms have the same number of protons, but a different number of neutrons within their nuclei. Thus, isotopes have the same atomic number but a different mass number. Isotope dilution. Any technique that involves the addition to a sample of an isotopically labeled compound. Isotope dilutions. Plural of isotope dilution. Isotope effect. The effect that differing masses of different isotopes of the same element have on the physical and chemical properties of the element. Isotope effects. Plural of isotope effect. Isotope exchange. A reaction in which one or more atoms in a molecule are exchanged for ones of a different isotope of the same element. Isotope exchanges. Plural of isotope exchange. Isotope shift. A small difference in the transition energies of isotopes that corresponds to a given spectral line transition. Isotope shifts. Plural of isotope shift. Isotope signature. An isotopic signature. Isotope signatures. Plural of isotope signature. Isotope. Simple past and past participle of isotope. Isotopes. Plural of isotope. Isotopic. Of or relating to isotopes. Isotopic chemistry. The study of the effects of isotopic substitution on chemical compounds, especially on the kinetics of their reactions. Isotopic dilution. Any technique that involves the addition to a sample of an isotopically labeled compound. Isotopic dilutions. Plural of isotopic dilution. Isotopic labeling. The labeling of a molecule with a radioactive isotope so as to track its metabolism in an organism. Plural of isotopic dilution. Isotopic labeling. The labeling of a molecule with a radioactive isotope so as to track its metabolism in an organism. Isotopic signature. A set of ratios of the abundances of different isotopes of specified elements in a sample used as a diagnostic test of the sample's origin or of its age. Isotopic signatures. Plural of isotopic signature. Isotopic spin. Synonym of isospin. Isotopic spins. Plural of isotopic spin. Isotopical. Misspelling of isotopic. Isotopically. With regard to isotopes. Isotopics. The study of isotopes, especially stable isotopes. Isotopes. Plural of isotopy. Isotoping. Present participle and gerund of isotope. Isotopism. An instance of an isotopic state. Isotopisms. Plural of isotopism. Isotopicue. A molecule that differs from another in having a different isotope of one or more atoms. Isotopicules. Plural of isotopicule. Isotopolog. Any of a group of compounds differing in the number and / or position of substitution of atoms by isotopes. Isotopologic. Of or pertaining to isotopologs. Isotopological. Having the same topology. Isotopologs. Plural of isotopolog. Isotopolog. Any of a group of compounds only differing in their isotopic composition. For example, normal water and heavy water. Isotopologs. Plural of isotopolog. Isotopomer. An isomer of a chemical compound differing only in the position of an isotope. Isotopomerase. Synonym of topoisomerase. Isotopomeric. Pertaining to isotopomers. Isotopomers. Plural of isotopomer. Isotopometric. Of or relating to isotopometry. Isotopometry. Measurement of the relative abundances of a chemical element's isotopes. Isotopy, a form of homotopy that is always an embedding. Isotoxal, that has symmetries which act transitively on its edges. Isotoxic, relating to an isotoxin. Isotoxicity, the condition of being isotoxic. Isotoxin, a toxin from an animal that is toxic to others of the same species. Isotoxins, plural of isotoxin. Isotransplant, a transplant between syngeneic individuals. Isotransplantation, the transplantation of an isotransplant. Isotransplant plural of isotransplantation. Isotransplanted, transplanted via isotransplantation. Isotransplantations, plural of isotransplant. Isotretinoin, a cis isomer of retinoic acid that is a synthetic derivative of vitamin A, inhibits sebaceous gland function and keratinization, and is used in the treatment of severe inflammatory acne, but is contraindicated in pregnancy because of its implication as a cause of birth defects. Isotrichid, any protozoan of the family Isotrichidae. Isotrichids, plural of isotrichid. Isotrophyllene, synonym of isoquercetin. Isotrophyllene, synonym of isoquercetin. Isotropomorphism, plural of isotrichid. Isotrophyllene, synonym of isoquercetin. Isotrophyllene, synonym of isoquercetin. Isotropomorphism, isomorphism between the three forms, severally, of two trimorphous substances. Isotrimorphous, exhibiting isotrimorphism. Isotriplet, a group of three particles differing only in isospin. Isotriplets, plural of isotriplet. Isotibial, describing a smooth projective surface having a morphism onto a curve such that all smooth fibers are isomorphic to each other. Isotron, a device that uses an electrical field to separate the isotopes of uranium. Isotrons, plural of isotron. Isotropic, misspelling of isotropic. Isotropic, having properties that are identical in all directions, exhibiting isotropy. Isotropical, synonym of isotropic. Isotropically, in an isotropic manner, so as to exhibit the same properties or behavior in all directions. Isotropicity, the condition of being isotropic. Isotropies, plural of isotropy. Isotropization, alternative spelling of isotropization. Isotropism, isotropy. Isotropization, the reversible transformation between isotropic forms. Isotropizations, plural of isotropization. Isotropize, to make or to become isotropic. Isotropize, simple past and past participle of isotropize. Isotropizes, third person singular simple present indicative of isotropize. Isotropizing, present participle and gerund of isotropize. Isotropous, isotropic. Isotropy, the property of being identical or having the same physical properties in all directions. Isotryptamine, an isomer of tryptamine. Isotryptamines, plural of isotryptamine. Isotype, a marker corresponding to an antigen found in all members of a subclass of a specific class of immunoglobulins. Isotype, marked with an isotype. Isotypes, plural of isotype. Isotypic, having the same crystal or chemical structure as another. Isotypical, isotypic, Isotypically, in an isotypic manner. Isotyping, the production and characterization of isotypes. Isotopy, the condition of being isotypic. Iso of or relating to Is or ISO 1925-2007, born Ionis or Goldstein, Romanian-born French poet, film critic and visual artist, and founder of Lettres. Isoramyl, an organic base found in fava beans. A tautomer of 6-amino-2,4,5-trihydroxypyrimidine. Isourane, synonym of isoflurane. Isourea, the imidic acid tautomer of urea H2NC equals NHOH and any of its hydrocarbyl derivatives. Isoureas, plural of isourea. Isouric acid, a complex nitrogenous acid, isomeric with uric acid. Isovarnol, the flavonone 2,5,7-dihydroxy, 8,2-hydroxy, 5,2-hydroxyphene, Il-methylphene, Il-methyl-6,2-hydroxyphene, Il-methyl-2-phene, Il-2,3-dihydrochrome 4,1. Isovaldiene, a particular fungicide. Isovalent, describing a form of hyperconjugation in which there are contributions from different degrees of bonding between a pair of atoms. Isovalently, in an isovalent manner. Isovaloraldehyde, the isomer of valoraldehyde 3-methylbutyraldehyde. Isovalorate, any salt or ester of isovaleric acid. Isovalorates, plural of isovalorate. Isovaleric, of or pertaining to isovaleric acid or its derivatives. Isovaleric acid, a natural fatty acid with a pungent smell found in a wide variety of plants and essential oils whose volatile esters are used in perfumery. Isovalornitrile, the nitrile of isovaleric acid 3-methylbutyronnitrile. Isovalero, the univalent CH2CO derived from isovaleric acid by removal of a hydroxyl group. Isovalylcarnitine, an isovalyl derivative of carnitine that is found in patients with isovaleric acidemia. Isovali, the rare amino acid 2-amino-2-methylbutanoic acid that was found in the Murchison meteorite. Isovalue, having the same value. Isovalues, plural of isovalue. Isovanillic acid, an isovanilloid resulting from the metabolization of isovanillin by aldehyde dehydrogenase. Isovanillin, a phenolic aldehyde that is an isomer of vanillin. Isovanilloid, any chemical compound possessing an isovanillyl group, they are isomers of the vanilloids. Isovanilloids, plural of isovanilloid. Isovariant, synonym of isoform. Isovariance, plural of isovariant. Isovascular, equally or normally vascular. Isovascularity, the condition of being isovascular. Isochor, a form of vector associated with isospin. Isoctors, plural of isoctor. Isoval, a stream velocity contra line. Isovelocity, having a constant velocity. Isovals, plural of isoval. Isoventiloquinone, an isomeric form of ventiloquinone. Isoverbascoside, a polyphenolic glycoside 6,2,3,4-dihydroxyphene Il-ethoxy 3,5-dihydroxy 4,3,4,5-trihydroxy 6-methyloxan 2-iloxaoxan 2-il-methyl E3,3,4-dihydroxyphene Il-prop 2-ino. Isoviscosity, alternative form of isoviscous. Isoviscous, having the same viscosity. Isovis, a measurement representing the volume of space visible from a given point of known location. Isovests, plural of isovests. Isolite, an isometric hexacohedral iron gray mineral containing carbon, chromium, and iron. Isovicosin, an isomer of vicosin. Isovocancin, a naturally occurring substance that has action on heart muscles in pigs. Isovocrastine, an anticholinergic and antihistaminic alkaloid. Isovolemic, relating to an isovolume. Isovoltage, a line of a chart linking places of equal voltage. Isovoltages, plural of isovolemic, relating to an isovolume. Isovoltage, a line of a chart linking places of equal voltage. Isovoltages, plural of isovoltage. Isovolume, relating to the same volume. Isovolumes, plural of isovolume. Isovolumetric, having the same volume as another space, having unchanged volume in the same space as compared with earlier. Isovolumetrically, in an isovolumetric manner. Isovolumic, having the same volume as another space, having unchanged volume in the same space as compared with earlier. Isovolumic relaxation time, an interval in the cardiac cycle from the aortic component of the second heart sound to the onset of filling by opening of the mitral valve. Isovolumic relaxation times, plural of isovolumic relaxation time. Isovortis, having the same vorticity. Isovoxel, any of the dimensional grid of equally sized voxels. Isovoxels, plural of isovoxel. Isoidione, 3-prenylgenestine, a genestine prenylated derivative. Isoxamin, the benzamide herbicide and 3,1-ethyl-1-methylpropyl 1,2-oxazole 5L2,6-dimethioxybenzamide. Isoxaflutol, the herbicide 5-cyclopropyl 1,2-oxazole 4-il-alpha-alpha-alpha-trifluoro 2-methylphthalylmethanone. Isoxanthohumol, a prenylflavonoid and phytoestrogen found in hops and beer. Isoxanthopterin, the pteridine 2-amino 1,8-dihydropteridine 4,7-dione. Isoxaprolol, a particular beta-adrenergic blocking drug. Isoxadione, a particular isoxazole organothiophosphate insecticide. Isoxazole, 1,2-oxazole, an isomer of oxazole with many derivatives that have pharmacological activity. Isoxazoles, plural of isoxazole. Isoxazolidine, the heterocycle that is an isomer of oxazolidine, the nitrogen and oxygen atoms being adjacent in this case, any derivative of this compound. Isoxazolidines, plural of isoxazolidine. Isoxazolidinone, an isomer of oxazolidinone having the carbonyl in a different position in the ring. Isoxazolidinones, plural of isoxazolidinone. Isoxazolidinyl, a radical derived from isoxazolidine. Isoxazolidinyls, plural of isoxazolidinyl. Isoxazoline, a 5-membered unsaturated heterocycle containing 3 carbon atoms, 1 nitrogen and oxygen atoms adjacent, and a carbon-nitrogen double bond. Isoxazolines, plural of isoxazoline. Isoxazoyl, the univalent radical derived from isoxazole. Isoxazoyls, plural of isoxazoyl. Isoxabac, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug with analgesic activity. It is also used as an intermediate in the synthesis of olipatidine hydrochloride. Isoxuricamic acid, a red-orange pigment found in bulltails, the isomer of xuricamic acid. Isoxicam, a non-steroidal non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Isoflurane, a drug used as a vasodilator in humans and horses. Isoflurane, any member of the Isoflurane order of extinct arthropods. Isoxids, plural of isoxid. Isoxyl, synonym of thiocarbide. Isoxanthin, a cis-trans isomer of zeaxanthin. Isozymatic, relating to isozymes. Isozyme, synonym of isozyme. Isozymes, plural of isozyme. Isozymic, pertaining to an isozyme. ISB, initialism of interstellar polarization. ISB, abbreviation of specific impulse. SBAT, initialism of International Society for Pediatric and Adolescent Diabetes. Espacula, alternative form of espacula. Espacula, Psyllium plantego ovate sin, plantego espacula, and plantego afrasin, plantego psyllium. Ispahan, alternative spelling of Isfahan. Isfahani, alternative form of Isfahani. Aban, the leader of a castle district or county in the Kingdom of Hungary from the early 11th century. Esbans, plural of Ispan. Esparta, a province in southwestern Turkey. Eba, initialism of Irish Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. Initialism of Interactive System Productivity Facility, an IBM mainframe online application development system. Espalateral, misspelling of ipsilateral. Esvir, a town and district of Erzurum province in eastern Turkey. Esvir, alternative form of Ispir. Espravme, chief police officer of a district in pre-revolutionary Russia 1775-1862. Espravniks, plural of Ispravnik. Ispravnik, alternative spelling of Ispravnik. Ispravniks, plural of Ispravnik. ISBs, plural of ISB. Initialism of International System of Quantities. Ether, initialism of Inuvialuit Settlement Region. Ezer, abbreviation of Israel. Isradipine, a calcium channel blocker of the dihydropyridine class. Ariel, a country in Western Asia in the Middle East at the eastern shore of the Mediterranean. Official name, State of Israel. Israel, obsolete. And non-native speakers English spelling of Israel. Israel Daylight Time, the practice in Israel by which clocks are advanced by 1 hour, beginning on the Friday before the last Sunday of March and ending on the last Sunday of October. Israel Destruction Force, alternative form of Israeli Destruction Forces. Israel Destruction Forces, alternative form of Israeli Destruction Forces. Israel Israeli, a placeholder name used in Israel for a person whose identity is not known, analogous to John Doe in the United States and Joe Bloggs in the United Kingdom. Israel Occupation Forces, Israel Defense Force. Israel Standard Time, a time zone 2 hours ahead of UTC plus 200, observed by the State of Israel as its standard time. During the summer, it observes Israel Daylight Time, which is 3 hours ahead of UTC. Israel Summer Time, synonym of Israel Daylight Time. Israel Firster, a person who places the interests and welfare of the State of Israel above those of the nation in which they reside. Israel firsters, plural of Israel firster. Israelane, a certain isomer of 12 prismane, shaped like a six-pointed star. Israelanes, plural of Israelane. Israelestine, synonym of Israeltine. Israeli, a person from Israel or of Israeli descent. Israeli couscous, a kind of toasted pasta from Israel, shaped like little balls, an Israeli national food. Israeli Destruction Force, alternative form of Israeli Destruction Forces. Israeli Destruction Forces, Israel Defense Forces. Israeli Diaper Force, alternative form of Israeli Diaper Forces. Israeli Diaper Forces, Israel Defense Forces. Israeli Occupation Forces, alternative form of Israel Occupation Forces. Israeli salad, a salad of finely diced tomato, onion, cucumber, and bell peppers or chili peppers. Israeli salads, plural of Israeli salad. Israeli Sign Language, a sign language used in Israel. Israelian, of or pertaining to the northern kingdom of ancient Israel, its people, or their language. Ephraimians, plural of Israelian. Israelification, the process of Israelifying. Israelify, simple past and past participle of Israelify. Israelify, third person singular simple present indicative of Israelify. Israelify, to make Israeli. Israelifying, present participle and gerund of Israelify. Israelis, plural of Israeli. Israelize, alternative form of Israelize. Israelish, synonym of Israelite. Israelism, the belief or theory that a particular group of people are chosen by God, or that they are descended from certain ancient figures or biblical prophets. Israelite, a native or inhabitant of the United Nation of Israel under the judges, and then Kings Saul, David and Solomon, or Roman II, the later northern kingdom centered in Samaria, distinct from kingdom of Judah centered in Jerusalem. Israelites, plural of Israelite. Israelites, a female Israelite. Israelitesses, plural of Israelites. Israelitic, of or relating to the Israelites, Jewish, Hebrew. Israelitish, Israelite, Israelitic. Israelization, the active process of Israelizing. Israelize, to make Israeli. Israelize, simple past and past participle of Israelize. Israelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Israelize. Israelizing, present participle and gerund of Israelize. Israelophile, a person that loves Israel. Israelophiles, plural of Israelophile. Israelophilia, the love for or admiration of Israel. Israelophilic, having a love of Israel or Israelis. Israelophobe, a person who hates Israel. Israelophobes, plural of Israelophobe. Israelophobia, the fear or hatred of Israel. Israelophobic, having a fear or loathing of Israel. Israels, plural of Israel. Israelson, a surname. Israelsons, plural of Israelson. Israelstein, synonym of Israeltine. Israelian, a surname from Armenian. Israelians, plural of Israelian. Israel, Elite spelling of Israel. 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 Israeli. Israeli. Israelis. Plural of Israeli. Esrapathan. An antiplatelet drug with phenotriazolisbane structure. Isratian. A hypothetical joint state of Israel and Palestine. Israelian. A surname from Armenian. Israelians. Plural of Israelian. SRC. Initialism of International Standard Recording Code, a code for uniquely identifying sound recordings and music videos. SRC. Plural of SRC. Israel. A surname. Israel. Misspelling of Israeli. Israels. Plural of Israel. Iva. Initialism of International Self-Realization Healing Association. Iva. A female given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. ISA. Acronym of Indian Space Research Organization. Iva. A female given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. ISA. Acronym of Indian Space Research Organization, the National Space Agency of India. Initialism of Irish Socialist Republican Party. Ether. Plural of ISR. Ether. Initialism of In-City Resource Utilization. Ether. Plural of Isru. Initialism of In-School Suspension. As. Abbreviation of Issue 1 of a series of publications. Eva. A member of a Somali clan, mainly residing in Djibouti. It is the larger of the two dominant ethnic groups. Eva. A male given name from Hebrew. Issachar. Ninth son of Jacob, by his wife Leah. Issachari. A descendant of Issachar, ninth son of Israel. Issacharites. Plural of Issacharite. The alternative form of Isuan. Isaiah. Alternative form of Iswia. Esaquai. A city in King County, Washington, United States. Former name, Gilman. Issaquena. An unincorporated community in Sharkey County, Mississippi, United States. Issaquena County. One of 82 counties in Mississippi, United States. County seat, Mayersville. Elora. Synonym of Omer, a Hebrew unit of dry volume equal to about 2.3 L or 2.1 quarts. Ederent. Plural of Isern. Evet. Plural of Issa. Isaverdens. A surname from Armenian. Isawa. Alternative form of Iswi. Isawi. A surname. F. A surname from Somali. Eda. A member of the first generation of Japanese immigrants to North America, South America, or Australia. Esas. Plural of Isai. Isas. Plural of ISS. Edas. Plural of Is. Isar. A symbol in the Bengali script used before the name of a deceased person. Is it any of the plantopas in the family Isi? Esids. Plural of Isid. Ithar. A village in Aosta Valley in northwestern Italy. Etha. Alternative form of Isit. Etha. Initialism of International Standard Serial Number. Etha. Plural of Isin. Izoar lynx. Lynx isiodorensis, an extinct lynx that inhabited Europe during the Pleistocene epoch. Iswar lynxes. Plural of Iswar lynx. Isake. Alternative form of it's okay. Issuability, the papayuing issuable. Issue, leading to, producing, or relating to an issue, capable of being made an issue at law. Issuably, in an issuable manner by way of issue. Issuance, the act of issuing or giving out. Issuances, plural of issuance. Isuat, issuing, emerging. Isu, a Monacan Indian, a member of a Metis group originating in Amherst County, Virginia. Issue date, the day or date on which a company issues an agreement or contract. Issue dates, plural of issue date. Issue P, a pea or similar round body used to provoke irritation in a wound in order to promote secretion and the discharge of pus. Issue Ps, plural of issue P. Issue tracking system, a software program that manages and maintains a list of issues. Issue tracking systems, plural of issue tracking system. Issued, simple past and past participle of issue. Eofic, fan fiction which explores or comments upon social and or political issues. Issuing, archaic spelling of issuing. Issuous, without issued children. Issuelessness, absence of issued children, childlessness. Issueness, the state, condition, or quality of being an issue or problem. Issuer, one who issues, emits, or publishes. Issuers, plural of issuer. Eos, plural of issue. Eos, second person singular simple present indicative of issue. Eos, third person singular simple present indicative of issue. Issue, present participle and gerund of issue. Issuings, plural of issuing. A prohibition, something forbidden. Elis, an ancient settlement in Cilicia, modern Hatay province, Turkey, where in 333 BCE Alexander the Great defeated the Persians under Darius Roman III. The alternative form of Izzy diminutive of female given names. Isik Kal, a large freshwater endorheic lake in the northern Tan Shan Mountains in eastern Kyrgyzstan. Isik Kal, alternative spelling of Isik Kal. As initialism of inter-switch trunk. As abbreviation of first. Est person, alternative form of first person. Istivons, alternative form of Istviones. Istakar, a major ancient and medieval city in Persia, located near Persepolis in modern Iran. Istanbul, obsolete form of Istanbul. Istanbul, a Turkish city and the largest European city by population, which was the last capital of the Ottoman Empire and the Byzantine Empire, Eastern Roman Empire. Istanbul, rare spelling of Istanbul. Istanbulite, of or pertaining to Istanbul. Istanbulites, plural of Istanbulite. Istanbul, an inhabitant of Istanbul, Turkey. Istanbulus, plural of Istanbul. Istanu, the Hittite and Hattic goddess of the sun. She was a god of judgment and was depicted bearing a winged sun on her crown or headdress and a crooked staff. Istapho, a person who frequently uses labels ending in ist or phobe, such as racist or homophobe, to dismiss opposing views, often without justification, as a way to silence or discredit others, specifically regarding social justice issues. Istaphobes, plural of istaphobe. ISTAR, acronym of intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition, and reconnaissance. Istarafshan, a city in South Tajikistan. Astarska, a county of Croatia. The Initialism of Intermodal Surface Transportation Efficiency Act. Astad, a surname. As initialism of I swear to God. As initialism of I swear to God. As abbreviation of isthmus. As having or involving an isthmus. Ismectomies, plural of ismectomy. Ismectomy, the surgical removal of the band of tissue or isthmus connecting the two lobes of the thyroid gland. Isthmi, plural of isthmus. Isthmia, the Isthmian games of ancient Greece. Isthmian, of or from the Isthmus of Corinth. Isthmians, plural of Isthmian. Isthme, relating to an anatomical isthmus. Isthmitis, inflammation of the isthmus of the fauces or throat, faucitis. Isthmo, having or involving an isthmus. Isthmosal, a scar defect that results from a cesarean section. Isthmosals, plural of isthmosal. Ismide, a set of vertices of a graph after whose deletion the graph is no longer connected. Ismides, plural of ismide. Isthmus, a narrow strip of land bordered on both sides by water and connecting two larger land masses. Isthmus Nahuatl, the variety or varieties of Nahuatl spoken in the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. Isthmus of Paracap, the narrow, wide strip of land that connects the Crimean Peninsula to the mainland of Ukraine. Isthmus of Suez, the strip of land that lies between the Mediterranean Sea and the Red Sea, and is the boundary between the continents of Africa and Asia. Isthmus Zapota, a variety of Zapotec spoken in Oaxaca, Mexico. Isthmus Macayap and Nahuatl, a variety of the Nahuatl language spoken in parts of Mexico. Isthmusectomies, plural of isthmusectomy. Isthmusectomy, synonym of isthmectomy. Isthmuses, plural of isthmus. Es, plural of is. Este, pronunciation, spelling of instead. Istighfar, act of asking God for forgiveness. Istighfars, plural of istighfar. Istikhara, alternative form of istikhara. Istikhara, alternative form of istikhara. Istikhara, a prayer seeking guidance in making a decision. Estina, ritual cleansing of the urethra or anus after using the toilet. Isactylid, any pterosaur in the family Isiadactyli. Isactylids, plural of Isiadactylid. Isepid, any fish in the family Isiophidae, the melons. Isepid, plural of istia for it. Initialism of introverted, sensing, thinking and judging, a personality type in the Myers-Briggs type indicator. Plural of ist. Evo, alternative form of ixtal. Edels, plural of isel. Estel, initialism of its. Seems to me. Estelman, a surname from Russian. Estamens, plural of istamen. Est, initialism of introverted, sensing, thinking and perceiving, a personality type. in the Myers-Briggs type indicator. ESP, plural of ISP. ET, initialism of International Software Testing Qualifications Board. Esther, initialism of I seem to recall/remember. Istradfeline, an analog of caffeine used to reduce dyskinesia from long-term treatment with classical antiparkinson drugs. Esther, a surname. Esters, plural of Ister. Ivi, a peninsula in Croatia, Slovenia, and Italy, on the northeastern coast of the Adriatic Sea, the Istrian Peninsula. Ephraim, a war pertaining to Istria. Istrian scale, a distinctive six-tone scale used in Istrian and Cavernerian folk music. Estrians, plural of Istrian. Izek, a Romance language spoken in western Istria. Ezvets, plural of Istria. Istro, denoting Istrian origin or character, or a variety of the prefixed element associated with or pertaining to Istria. Istro-Romanian, of from or pertaining to the Istro-Romanian people, culture, or language. Istro-Romanians, plural of Istro-Romanian. Istro-Venetian, the dialect of Venison spoken in Istria. That's plural of Ist. Istvans, a Germanic group of tribes living near the banks of the Rhine during the Roman Empire and reportedly sharing a common culture and origin. Iranic, or relating to the Western Rhine Germanic languages. As a initialism of Immigration Service Union. As a an individual seat in the loft-like balcony of a sumo arena. As a boo, synonym of Subu-Bantu ethnic group. Isuaguado, a local government area of Abia State, Nigeria. Ezecuti, a traditional Kenyan drum. Esolai, a municipality of Sultan Kudarat, Philippines. Isanakinra, a particular interleukin-1 receptor inhibitor. Istureta, the product of the action of hydroxyic acid penhydroxylamine. Isuretine, a synthetic nitrogenous base, isomeric with urea. Ezowu, synonym of Subu-Bantu ethnic group. Ilir, ellipsis of Isuzu Motors, a Japanese automotive manufacturer. SAS, plural of Isuzu. F, initialism of international scientific vocabulary. Evora, a commune of Mehedinti County, Romania. F, plural of ISV. Ezoa, initialism of institute. For the study of war. Ezoa, a Native American people who inhabit the Carolinas, the Catawba. Ewa, a branch of the Islamic State based in northeast Nigeria. Ewat, a kind of handheld slide rule used for predicting the location of a target based on its current and recent positions. Ev, initialism of Imperial Standard Wire Gauge. Esudi, a female given name from Hopi. Ezwe, initialism of I see what you did there. Ezwer, initialism of I see what you mean. Ev, initialism of Iraq Stock Exchange. ISI, alternative spelling of Izzy diminutive of female given names. Ezo, abbreviation of intersynovial. IT, initialism of information technology. Alternative form of it abbreviation of Italy. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. There are more developments yet to come. One should not presume to know the outcome of an event which is still in progress. It ain't over till it's over. There are more developments yet to come. One should not presume to know the outcome of an event which is still in progress. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. Alternative spelling of it ain't over till the fat lady sings. It ain't over until the fat lady sings. Alternative form of it ain't over till the fat lady sings. It ain't the meat, it's the motion. When it comes to sexual satisfaction, the size of the penis does not matter, but technique during intimacy does. It ain't the whistle that pulls the train. Alternative form of it's not the whistle that pulls the train. It back. Alternative letter case form of it back. It bad. Plural of it back. IT band. Initialism of Elliot Ibiel band. IT bands. Plural of IT band. A boy. A sexually attractive male celebrity, such as a film star with sex symbol status. It boys. Plural of it boy. It can't be helped. It is inevitable. There is no alternative. IT cell. A department of a political party set up to promote the party and influence political discussion on social media. IT cells. Plural of IT cell. It depends. Used to indicate that different situations may produce different results. It doesn't matter. It is not important. Do not worry. Used to reassure or comfort the person to whom it is said. It doesn't matter what they say about you as long as they spell your name right. Synonym of any press is good press. It figures. Used to indicate that a preceding event or statement by another is an unsurprising accompaniment of known facts and circumstances. It dura. Alternative letter case form of it girl. It dura. A woman who is in vogue, typically as an actress, model, socialite, or the like. It girls. Plural of it girl. It girls. Plural of it girl. It goes without saying. It is understood without being said, but will be or was said anyway. It happens. Worrying is not necessary, since it is common to make this mistake or for this to occur. It happens to the best of us. Used when someone's mistakes or flaws are acknowledged, as a reminder that everyone makes mistakes and has flaws. It is a wise child that knows his own father. One can never be sure of one's paternity. It is always darkest before the dawn. Alternative form of the darkest hour is just before the dawn. It is always darkest just before the dawn. Alternative form of the darkest hour is just before the dawn. It is and it isn't. An answer in reply to a yes-no question, indicating there is no simple yes or no answer. It is as it is. Synonym of it is what it is. It is better to travel hopefully than to arrive. The journey or process is more important or more enjoyable than the destination or end result. It is darkest before the dawn. Alternative form of the darkest hour is just before the dawn. It is darkest just before the dawn. Alternative form of the darkest hour is just before the dawn. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. It is unlikely that the wealthy will go to heaven. It is easy to be wise after the event. After one has seen the consequences of a decision, it is easy to tell whether or not the decision was favorable, but it is also too late since the consequences have already occurred. It is easy to find a stick to beat a dog. If a person is determined to punish or blame someone, they will find a way or a reason to do so. It is how it is. Synonym of it is what it is. It is no accident. Used to imply that something was deliberate, sometimes with the connotation of dishonesty. It is not even funny. Alternative form of it's not even funny. It is not every day. Alternative form of it's not every day. It is not funny. Alternative form of it's not even funny. It is not just you. You are not the only one who thinks or feels this way. It is not the whistle that pulls the train. Alternative form of it's not the whistle that pulls the train. It is to laugh. It is absurd or laughable. It is what it is. That's life, expressing resignment to a situation or set of circumstances, usually without complaint. It isn't even funny. Alternative form of it's not even funny. It isn't funny. Alternative form of it's not even funny. It isn't over till the fat lady sings. Alternative form of it ain't over till the fat lady sings. It isn't over till the fat lady sings. Alternative form of it ain't over till the fat lady sings. It isn't over until the fat lady sings. Alternative form of it ain't over till the fat lady sings. It isn't the whistle that pulls the train. Alternative form of it's not the whistle that pulls the train. IT law. Law as it relates to information technology, including computing and the internet. Information technology law. Admit, this represents me or my feelings. It never rains, but it pours. Unfortunate events occur in quantity. It never rains, but that it pours. Alternative form of it never rains, but it pours. It pays to advertise. Good qualities do not get rewarded automatically. Itself. Obsolete form of itself. It takes a heap o' living to make a house a home. Alternative form of it takes a heap of living to make a house a home. It takes a heap of living to make a house a home. A house is simply a physical structure and does not count as a home until significant events in the inhabitants' lives have occurred there over a substantial period of time, and they have developed an emotional bond to the house and its immediate environs. It takes a lot of living to make a house a home. Alternative form of it takes a heap of living to make a house a home. It takes a village. Ellipsis of it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. An entire community of people must provide for and interact positively with children in order for those children to grow up healthily and safely. It takes all kinds. Ellipsis of it takes all kinds to make a world. It takes all kinds to make a world. Diversity is essential. The world would be incomplete if everyone were alike, an expression of surprise at a person or people's eccentricity. It takes all sorts. Ellipsis of it takes all sorts to make a world. It takes all sorts to make a world. Alternative form of it takes all kinds to make a world. It takes one to know one, expressing the same underlying character judgment themes as pot, calling the kettle black, or set a thief to catch a thief. It takes two to make a quarrel. It takes two or more people to cause a quarrel. One cannot blame an argument entirely on the other side. It takes two to quarrel. Alternative form of it takes two to make a quarrel. It takes two to tangle. Blame is to be laid on both parties in a conflict. It takes two to tango. Some things need the active cooperation of two parties. Blame is to be laid on both parties in a conflict. It took Nixon to go to China. Alternative form of only Nixon could go to China. It was a joke, Joyce. Alternative form of it's a joke, Joyce. It was delicious. Said to compliment a meal after eating it. It was like this. Synonym of it was this way. It was this way. A traditional beginning to a story. It was the holy elmway. An act or task was harder to do than it might seem. Contraction of it had. It would have. It'll. Contraction of it shall. It'll be alright on the night. Although it seems problematic now, it will ultimately succeed. Contraction of it is. It's a date. It's a deal used to show agreement to meet at a certain time and place. It's a deal used to show agreement, especially when agreeing to a price. It's a free country, said when others seek to restrict one's behavior as a way of pointing out that an action is not illegal or forbidden. It's a joke. Joyce. That was a joke, so don't take it seriously. It's a jungle out there. The world, or some other specified environment, is a harsh and dangerous place. It's a long road that has no turning. Progress through life is characterized by change. It's a man's world. Society is organized in a manner that gives preferential status to males. Most positions of authority are occupied by men. It's a matter of time. Synonym of it's only a matter of time. It's a pleasure. Polite reaction after receiving thanks. It's a question of time. Synonym of it's only a matter of time. It's a small world, used to express surprise at meeting an acquaintance or discovering a personal connection in a distant place or an unexpected context. It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. The job is a particularly difficult and undesirable one. It's about time, used to express impatience at the eventual occurrence of something that the speaker or writer has deemed to be long overdue. It's all Chinese to me. Synonym of it's all Greek to me. It's all fun and games until someone loses an eye. Rough play results in injury. It's all G. Alternative form of it's all good. It's all G. Alternative form of it's all good. It's all go. Things are progressing busily. A great deal is happening. It's all good. Used to express unconcern. It's all Greek to me. I don't understand any of it. It makes no sense. It's all over my screen. Indicating sexual arousal or attraction. It's all relative. A response to an anterior quantitative value or an anterior comment of it, used to say that something can be thought of in opposite ways depending on what one compares it to. It's an emergency. Indicates that the current situation is an emergency. It's an ill bird that fouls its own nest. A condemnation of anyone who damages their own group, reputation, or interests. It's an ill wind. Ellipsis of it. It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good. It's an ill wind that blows no good. Alternative form of it's an ill wind that blows nobody any good. It's an ill wind that blows no one any good. Alternative form of it's an ill wind that blows nobody any good. It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good. An action or occurrence must be very bad indeed if it brings no benefit to anyone. It's as simple as that. Synonym of full stop. It's been a slice. I have had an enjoyable time. It's a hail. An informal farewell indicating the speaker's enjoyment of the time spent together, often used ironically. It's better to ask forgiveness than permission. It is better to act decisively and apologize for it later than to seek approval to act and risk delay, objections, etc. It's better to be judged by 12 than to be carried by 6. In a precarious situation, it is wiser to act decisively and be judged by a jury than to be killed through inaction. It's cold outside. Indicates that the weather is cold. It's easier to ask forgiveness than to get permission. Alternative. The form of it's better to ask forgiveness than permission. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Used as an excuse for drinking alcoholic beverages outside of customary hours. It's going. An apathetic or negative response to the informal greeting how's it going? It's Greek to me. Alternative form of it's all Greek to me. It's grim up north. A phrase suggesting that the standard of life in the north of England is poor compared to that in the south. It's lonely at the tap. Successful person in a particular field will inevitably suffer from a feeling of isolation. It's never too late to mend. One is never too old to change one's ways. Learning is always possible. It's no use. Used to indicate that the specified action cannot succeed or offers no advantage if successful. It's none of your business. It's a matter, especially a private or personal one, that you are not entitled to be involved in or informed about. It's not a bug, it's a feature. What one user may consider a software bug, other users may consider to be a useful feature or an intentional consequence of the system's design. It's not even funny. Used to indicate that a person, thing, or situation possesses a described characteristic to an extreme or unusual degree. It's not every day. It is not very common that. It's not funny. Alternative form of it's not even funny. It's not my fault. I did not cause the problem. It's not over till the fat lady sings. Alternative form of it ain't over till the fat lady sings. It's not over till the fat lady sings. Alternative form of it ain't over till the fat lady sings. It's not over until the fat lady sings. Alternative form of it ain't over till the fat lady sings. It's not the meat, it's the motion. Alternative form of it ain't the meat, it's the motion. Size doesn't matter as much as technique. The ship, it's the motion of the ocean. In sexual activity, the size of the penis is less important than the way it is moved. It's not the whistle that pulls the train. Boasting and loud talk should not be mistaken for the work that produces real achievements. Bravado is no proof of action. It's not what you know, but who you know. For success, and especially to obtain employment, one's knowledge and skills are less useful and less important than one's network of personal contacts. It's not what you know, but whom you know. Alternative form of it's not what you know, but who you know. It's not what you say, but how you say it. The tone and delivery of communication is at least as important as what is actually being said. It's not you, it's me. Don't blame yourself for the end of our relationship. It's nothing. Used as a polite reply after being thanked. It's alright. A conflict or competition is starting. It's only a matter of time. An event or occurrence is inevitable and will definitely occur future date. It's only a question of time. Synonym of it's only a matter of time. It's raining. Indicates that rain is falling. It's snowing. Snow is falling. It's someone's funeral. Someone's decisions or actions will bring undesirable consequences only on that person. It's the hit dog that howls. If somebody is ranting or complaining about something, they were probably hurt by it. It's the thought that counts. When giving someone a present or doing a favor for someone, the kindness behind the act is more important than any other consideration. It's the truth, Ruth. What I am telling you is true. It's too expensive. Indicates the speaker thinks that the price is too high. It's too late for sorry. An expression of anger or disgust uttered towards someone who offers an apology after causing great harm. It's what's inside that counts. One's personality is more important than one's physical looks. It is. Isn't. Contraction of it is not. Italian augmented sixth chord. Abbreviation of Italian. IT/hot. Initialism of information technology / operational technology. Initialism of independent television authority. A kind of palm tree Morsia flexuosa growing near the Orinoco. Denoting a compound derived from itaconic acid. Itabat, a handbag, backpack, or other bag decorated with fandom-related merchandise such as pins, badges, and dolls, typically for a single character or media franchise. Ita bags, plural of Ita bag. Itabashi, a special ward of Tokyo Prefecture, Japan. Itabirai, a laminated form of quartzite with muscovite or other iron minerals. Itaborian, a geologic age of 53.050.0 MIA and within the Aprian early Eocene, whose stratotype is the Itabari Formation, used especially in the context of South American land mammal age salma classification. Edasism, alternative form of Iadesism. Edasisms, plural of Idasism. Edasas, alternative form of Iadesis. Edaseste, alternative form of Iadesistic. Edases, plural of Idasis. Idasetnib, an experimental medication belonging to the class of chnese inhibitors. Itacolumite, a porous yellow sandstone that is flexible when cut into thin strips. Itacolumites, plural of itacolumite. Itacolumitic, containing or relating to itacolumite. Itaconic, any salt or ester of itaconic acid. Itaconates, plural of itaconate. Itaconic, of or pertaining to itaconic acid or its derivatives. Itaconic acid, one of the isomeric decarboxylic acids produced by the distillation of citric acid or as metabolites by microorganisms. CH equals CCO2H, CH2CO2H. Ita, initialism of information technology asset disposition. Itaidai disease, a disease caused by cadmium poisoning that occurred in Toyama Prefecture, Japan. Itaipu, a lake on the Brazil-Paraguay border. Itaipu Dam, a hydroelectric dam on the Paraná River, Brazil. Indatuba, a city and municipality in the state of Pará, Brazil. Itajai, a city and municipality of the state of Santa Catarina, Brazil. Idol, alternative form of Idol Rastafari food. Idol, abbreviation of Italian. An early Latin version of the biblical scriptures. Italis, a mixture of English and Italian used among Italian immigrants in Canada. Ideltset, the possible act of Italy's secession from the European Union. Italian, pertaining to Italy. Italian A, the speech sound represented by the letter A in the Italian language. The open central unrounded vowel IPA umlaut. Italian A's, plural of Italian of the United States, who is of Italian heritage or descent. Italian Americans, plural of Italian American. Italian augmented sixth chord, a chord with a tonic, lowered submediant, and raised subdominant scale degrees. Italian augmented sixth chords, plural of Italian augmented sixth chord. Italian bee, Apis mellifera ligustica, a subspecies of the western honeybee, endemic to the continental part of Italy. Italian beef, a sandwich of thin slices of seasoned roast beef on a dense, long Italian-style roll. Italian beefs, plural of Italian beef. Italian bees, plural of Italian beef. Italian brain rot, alternative spelling of Italian brain rot. Italian brain rot, a series of videos where AI-generated animals or creatures are mixed with objects to create satire and surrealism. These creatures often are voiced over by a robotic male Italian voice, or have pseudo-Italian names. Italian bread, a type of crusty, yeasted bread prepared without shortening and unsweetened, baked in long, thick loaves with tapered ends. Italian breads, plural of Italian bread. Italian cloth, a type of linen or cotton cloth with a satin finish, used primarily for linings. Italian cloths, plural of Italian cloth. Italian cypress, synonym of Mediterranean cypress. Italian cypresses, plural of Italian cypress. Italian dandelion, common chicory Cicorium in Tibus. Italian dandelions, plural of Italian dandelion. Italian dressing, a North American vinaigrette-type salad dressing consisting of water, vinegar, or lemon juice, vegetable oil, chopped bell peppers, usually sugar or corn syrup, and numerous herbs and spices. Italian dressings, plural of Italian dressing. Italian East Africa, an Italian colony created in 1936 with the merger of Italian Eritrea, Italian Somaliland, and the Ethiopian Empire. Italian English, a dialect of blended Italian dialects and English, spoken primarily in the USA. Italian Eritrea, a former Italian colony in East Africa existing from 1890 to 1947, modern Eritrea. Italian game, a common open game in chess, characterized by the moves 1.e4, e5, 2.nf3, and c6, 3.bc4, in which white's third move is king's bishop to the fourth rank. Italian greyhound, a small sighthound of an Italian breed. Italian greyhounds, plural of Italian greyhound. Italian grip, a grip used for foil and épée that consists of a straight block of wood or aluminum wrapped in a rubber or leather grip tape with projecting prongs to aid grip. Italian grips, plural of Italian grip. Italian hitch, a kind of knot, the Munter hitch. Italian hitches, plural of Italian hitch. Italian hoe, the typical farming and gardening hoe with a heavy, broad blade and straight edge. Italian hose, plural of Italian hoe. Italian honeysuckle, Italian woodbine Lonicera caprifolium. Italian honeysuckles, plural of Italian honeysuckle. Italian ice, a frozen dessert resembling ice cream, made from either concentrated syrup flavoring or fruit purees. Italian ices, plural of Italian ice. Italian iron, a tool used to goffer textiles or to smooth ruffles or frills. Italian eye, Heterohelix poetarum. Italian juice, an extract of licorice. Italian juices, plural of Italian juice. Italian kale, synonym of cavolo nero. Italian meringue, a kind of stable, soft meringue made with hot sugar syrup. Italian meringues, plural of Italian meringue. Italian mile, various traditional Italian units of length, particularly the Genovese and Roman miles. Italian miles, plural of Italian mile. Italian millet, synonym of foxtail millet. Italian millets, plural of Italian millet. Italian mix, a blend of a variety of spices and herbs used in Italian cooking. Italian oak, Quercus frainetto, a species of oak native to southeastern Europe, parts of Italy, the Balkans, parts of Hungary, Romania, and Turkey. Italian oaks, plural of Italian oak. Italian of the East, the Telugu language. Italian parsley. a flat-leafed type of parsley used in cooking and salads. Italian parsleys, plural of Italian parsley. Italian pastes, pasta. Italian pastes, plural of Italian paste. Italian peninsula, a large peninsula in southern Europe protruding into the Mediterranean Sea and shaped like a boot. The mountain range of Apennines runs across it from north to south, occupied almost entirely by Italy. Italian peninsula, alternative lettercase form of Italian peninsula. Italian poutine, a form of poutine made with spaghetti sauce instead of gravy. Italian rehearsal, a rehearsal where the actors read their lines at speed without the accompanying acting. Italian rehearsals, plural of Italian rehearsal. Italian Republic, official name of Italy, a country in southern Europe. Italian rice ball, synonym of arancino. Italian rice balls, plural of Italian rice ball. Italian Riviera, a geographic region of Italy, the coastline between the Ligurian Sea, Maritime Alps and Apennines. Italian salute, synonym of bras de honneur obscene gesture. Italian salutes, plural of Italian salute. Italian sandwich, a type of submarine sandwich consisting of French bread sliced lengthwise, filled with salami or ham with cheese and onion. Italian sandwiches, plural of Italian sandwich. Italian sausage, a slightly spicy pork sausage flavored with fennel and anise. Italian sausages, plural of Italian sausage. Italian Sighthound, synonym of Italian greyhound. Italian Sighthounds, plural of Italian sighthound. Italian Social Republic, a collaborationist state that exists from 1943 to 1945. Italian Somaliland, a former Italian colony in East Africa, existing from 1889 to 1936, now part of Somalia. Italian sonnet, synonym of Petrarchan sonnet. Italian sonnets, plural of Italian sonnet. Italian sparrow, a species of sparrow passer Italii of Italy and adjacent areas and the islands of Corsica, Sicily, Malta, and Crete. Italian sparrows, plural of Italian sparrow. Italian spinon, synonym of spinon Italiano. Italian spinoni, plural of Italian spinon. Italian stallion, a nickname for a handsome man of Italian descent. Italian stone pine, Pinus pinea. Italian strawflower, curry plant, Helichrysum italicum. Italian strife, an instance of working to rule. Italian strikes, plural of Italian strife. Italian sub, synonym of Italian sandwich. Italian sub sandwich, synonym of Italian sandwich. Italian sub sandwiches, plural of Italian sub sandwich. Italian submarine sandwich, synonym of Italian sandwich. Italian submarine sandwiches, plural of Italian submarine sandwich. Italian subs, plural of Italian sub. Italian thistle, a thistle of species Cardus pycnosphalis, native to the Mediterranean region in southern Europe, North Africa and Western Asia, East Europe and the Caucasus, and the Indian subcontinent. Italian thistles, plural of Italian thistle. Italian tomato, synonym of Roma tomato. Italian thistles, plural of Italian thistle. Italian tomato, synonym of Roma tomato. Italian tomatoes, plural of Italian tomato. Italian tree cricket, a species of tree cricket, Ocanthus pellucens, common across Europe and around the Mediterranean. Italian tree crickets, plural of Italian tree cricket. Italian vermouth, a sweet, fortified wine that is red or reddish in color and that has a slightly bitter taste. Italian vermouths, plural of Italian vermouth. Italian warehouse-eman, a dealer in the finer kinds of groceries not necessarily from Italy, such as pasta and dried fruits. Italian warehouse-eman, plural of Italian warehouse-eman. Italian wedding soup, alternative letter case form of Italian wedding soup. Italian wedding soup, alternative letter case form of Italian wedding soup. Italian wedding soup, synonym of wedding soup. Italian wolf, a subspecies of gray wolf native to the Italian peninsula. Italian wolves, plural of Italian wolf. Italian American, of a citizen of the United States, of Italian heritage or descent. Italianate, Italian in style or character. Italianated, simple past and past participle of Italianate. Italianately, in an Italianate manner. Italianates, third person singular simple present indicative of Italianate. Italianating, present participle and gerund of Italianate. Italianation, the process of making something Italian. Italianest, in an Italian style. Italianicity, Italianist. Italianization, alternative spelling of Italianization. Italianize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of Italianize. Italianize, simple past and past participle of Italianize. Italianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Italianize. Italianish, somewhat Italian. Italianizing, present participle and gerund of Italianize. Italianism, a loanword from the Italian language. Italianisms, plural of Italianism. Italianist, someone who studies the Italian language, literature, and culture. Italianists, plural of Italianists. Italianity, the quality of being Italian. Italianization, the conversion of a non-Italian culture to an Italian one. Italianizations, plural of Italianization. Italianize, to give something Italian characteristics. Italianized, simple past and past participle of Italianize. Italianizer, one who Italianizes. Italianizers, plural of Italianizer. Italianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Italianize. Italianizing, present participle and gerund of Italianize. Italianly, in an Italian manner. Italianness, the quality or characteristic of being Italian. Italiano, a surname from Italian. Italianos, plural of Italiano. Italians, plural of Italian. Italic, of or relating to the Italian peninsula. Italical, archaic form of italic. Italically, in italic type. Italicization, the process of italicizing, something italicized. Italicizations, plural of italicization. Italicize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of italicize. Italicize, simple past and past participle of italicize. Italicize, third person singular simple present indicative of italicize. Italicizing, present participle and gerund of italicize. Italicism, a phrase or idiom peculiar to the Italian language. Italicisms, plural of italicism. Italicization, the process of italicizing something italicized. Italicizations, plural of italicization. Italicize, to put into italics. Italicize, rendered in italics. Italicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of italicize. Italicizing, present participle and gerund of italicize. Italic, obsolete form of italic. Italics, plural of italic. Italics, letters in an italic typeface. Itoe, pertaining to Greek Italy. Its people or its language. Itoe, a member of the Greek-speaking peoples of southern Italy before Roman times. Itoats, plural of Italiot. Itoats, plural of Italia. Italish, pertaining to Italy, its people or language, Italian. Epochia, synonym of Judeo-Italian. Idiwa, Italian actors and directors working in Hollywood. Italo, ellipsis of Italo disco. Italo dance, an Italian style of electronic dance music. Italo disco, a broad genre of Western European electronic dance music of the 1970s and early 1980s, with a futuristic sound created by synthesizers and vocoders. Italo house, a fusion genre of house music and Italo disco. Italo Italian. Italo Celtic, a proposed branch within the Indo-European language family, of which the Italic and Celtic branches are sub-branches. Italo-Hellenic, of or relating to both Italy and ancient Greece. Italo-Norman, of or pertaining to the period of Norman rule of southern Italy, 1071–1194. Italo-Normans, plural of Italo-Norman. Italo-Romance, of or relating to the Romance lex, spoken mainly in the Italian peninsula, Sicily, and Corsica. Italocentric, emphasizing Italy or the people or culture or national language of Italy. Italocentrism, the quality of being Italocentric. Italodance, alternative form of Italo dance. Italomania, a passion for Italy and its people and culture. Italophile, an admirer of Italy or of its language, culture, or people. Italophiles, plural of Italophile. Italophilia, the admiration or appreciation of Italy, its people and culture. Italophilia, characteristic of an Italophile. Italopho, a person who has a fear of or aversion towards the Italian people or culture. Italophobes, plural of Italophobe. Italophobia, a fear of or aversion towards the Italian people or culture. Italophobe, of or relating to Italophobia. Italofo, Italian speaking. Italophones, plural of Italophone. Etals, plural of Ital. Italoid, A country in southern Europe. Official names: Italian Republic and Republic of Italy. Capital and largest city: Rome. Italy. Obsolete form of Italian. Italy's. Plural of Italian. Italygate. A QAnon-affiliated conspiracy theory alleging that the 2020 United States presidential election was rigged, with satellites and military technology used to switch votes from Donald Trump to Joe Biden from the U.S. Embassy in Rome, Italy. Etamalic acid. An acid, empirical formula C5H8O5, derived from itaconic acid, probably equivalent to 2-hydroxybutyric acid or 3-hydroxybutyric acid. Etamine, a cholinergic agonist. Izami, a city in Hyogo Prefecture, Japan. Itamiwe, a draw due to the injury of one of Eslo's. Itanar, a city, the state capital of Arunachal Pradesh, India. Ilani, a surname. Atane, the Intel Itanium processor. Adanis, plural of Itani. Ethanoxone, an antilipidemic drug. Ether, initialism of international traffic in arms regulations. ITAR, a user of Apple Inc. products. Itardan, alternative form of Itardan. Itardans, plural of Itardan. Itards, plural of Itard. Itarzi, a city in Madhya Pradesh, India. Edas, plural of Ita. Edasata, a place in the United States. Itasca County, one of 87 counties in Minnesota, United States. County seat, Grand Rapids. Idacetron, a particular antiemetic and serotonin antagonist. Ita, a car decorated with popular culture artwork, especially such as anime or manga. Itasha, plural of Itasha. Itatartar, only used in itatartaric acid. Itatartaric acid, an acid C5H8O5, which is a metabolic product of an ultraviolet-induced mutant of Aspergillus terreus. Itatartaric acids, plural of itatartaric acid. Itatartrate, a salt of itatartaric acid. Itake, an indigenous Fijian. Itawamba County, one of 82 counties in Mississippi, United States. County seat, Fulton. Initialism of Indian Testing Board. Ida, a region of southeastern Egypt and northeastern Sudan, characterized by a chain of mountains, the Red Sea Hills, running north-south and parallel with the Red Sea. Ed, abbreviation of Iowa Test of Basic Skills. Ed, plural of ITB. Ed, initialism of Independent Television Commission. Ed, a sensation felt on an area of the skin that causes a person or animal to want to scratch said area. Itch mite. Sarcops scabii, a parasitic arthropod that burrows into the skin and causes scabies. Itch mites, plural of itch mite. Itch the ditch, to masturbate by stimulating one's vagina. That's simple past and past participle of itch. Itch the ditch, simple past and past participle of itch the ditch. Edom, a river in Hampshire, England, which flows into Southampton Water. Itchen Albus, a village in Itchen Valley Parish, Winchester District, Hampshire, England. OS Gruderef SU 5332. Itchen Stoke, a village in Itchen Stoke and Ovington Parish, City of Winchester District. Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 5532. Itchenstoke and Ovington, a civil parish in City of Winchester District, Hampshire, England. Itchen Valley, a civil parish in City of Winchester District, Hampshire, England. Vitu. Someone who itches. Itchers, plural of itcher. Etches, plural of itch. Itches the ditch. Third person singular simple present indicative of itch the ditch. It, comparative form of itchy, more itchy. Ecky is an itchy or fidgety condition. It yes, superlative form of itchy, most itchy. Ickily, in an itchy way. Itcha, pronunciation spelling of itching. It is the state of being itchy. Itchy, present participle and gerund of itch. Itching powder, a powder that induces itching when applied to the skin. Itching powders, plural of itching powder. Itching the ditch, present participle and gerund of itch the ditch. Itching Field, a small village and civil parish in Horsham District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1328. Itchily, with an itching sensation. Itchings, plural of itching. Itchington, a hamlet in Titherington and Itchington Parish, South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6686. Etchos, not causing itching. Etchoses, absence of an itch. Itchly, like an itch, similar to a rash or skin irritation that causes itching. Itchso, characterized or marked by itching. Itchweed, Veratrum virid, a toxic North American plant. It, characterized by itching of a condition. It feet, a strong desire to travel, wanderlust. Itchy palm, a greed for gain. Itchy palms, plural of itchy palm. Itchy trigger finger, the trigger finger of a person eager to fire their weapon or likely to do so unexpectedly. Itchy trigger fingers, plural of itchy trigger finger. Ad, initialism of intertropical convergence zone. I'd, initialism of in the ear. Adectim, a Peranakan soup with duck, vegetables and sour plums. Iolman, a language of the Chukotko-Kanchakan family, spoken on Kamchatka in Russia. Il, radiotelephony clear code word for the letter I. Item girl, a woman who performs in an item number. Item girls, plural of item girl. Item journal, a journal to adjust inventory in connection with purchases, sales, and positive and negative adjustments. Item journals, plural of item journal. Item number, an upbeat musical number within a film, accompanied by a provocative dance sequence performed by attractive women or item girls. Item numbers, plural of item number. Item of clothing, a garment. Item set, a set of production rules which have an identical sequence of symbols between the right arrow right and the dot. Item set, plural of item set. Inote, simple past and past participle of item. Iteming, present participle and gerund of item. Itemizable, alternative form of itemizable. Itemization, alternative spelling of itemization. Itemizations, plural of itemization. Itemize, alternative spelling of itemize. Itemize. Simple past and past participle of itemize. Itemizer. Alternative form of itemizer. Itemizers. Plural of itemizer. Itemizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of itemize. Itemizing. Present participle and gerund of itemize. Itemizable. Capable of being itemized. Itemization. The act of making a list of items and itemizing. Itemizations. Plural of itemization. Itemize. To state in items or by particulars. Itemized. Simple past and past participle of itemize. Itemizer. That which itemizes. Itemizers. Plural of itemizer. Itemizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of itemize. Itemizing. Present participle and gerund of itemize. Itemizings. Plural of itemizing. Items. Plural of item. Items of clothing. Plural of item of clothing. Item set. Alternative form of item set. Item sets. Plural of item set. Itemize. With regard to items. ITER. Acronym. National Thermonuclear Experiment. Mental reactor. ITER. A passage, especially the passage between the third and fourth ventricles in the brain, the cerebral aqueduct. ITER. Abbreviation of iterative. Iterability. The capacity to be repeatable in different contexts. Iterable. Capable of being iterated. Iterables. Plural of iterable. Iterably. In an iterable manner. Itero. Relating to an iter. Iterance. Iteration. Iterancy. Alternative form of iterant. Iterant. Marked by repetition or iteration. Iterate. To perform or repeat an action on each item in a set. Iterated. Simple past and past participle of iterate. Iterated function system. A collection of transformations, which, when applied sequentially, can be used to construct a fractal, formally, a finite set or tuple of contraction mappings on a complete metric space. Iterated function systems. Plural of iterated function system. Iterated integral. In multivariable calculus, the result of applying integrals to a function of more than one variable in such a way that each of the integrals considers some of the variables as given constants. Iterated integrals. Plural of iterated integral. Iterati. In functional programming, a composable abstraction for incrementally processing sequentially presented chunks of data in a purely functional fashion. Iterates. Plural of iterati. Iterates. Plural of iterate. Iterating. Present participle and gerund of iterate. Iteration. A recital or a second performance, a repetition. Iteration mark. A punctuation mark or character used as a substitute for a repeated word or character. Depending on the language, it may be considered informal or only for use in handwritten texts. Iteration marks. Plural of iteration mark. Iterations. Plural of iteration. Iterative. Of a procedure that involves repetition of steps iteration to achieve the desired outcome. In computing, this may involve a mechanism such as a loop. Iterative aspect. a subclass of imperfective verbs that denote a continuously repeated action. An example in English would be the iterative verb sniffle as opposed to the non-iterative sniff. Iterative deepening search, a type of depth-first search in which each row of the tree is searched incrementally, simulating a breadth-first search with less memory usage. Iterative deepening searches, plural of iterative deepening search. Iteratively, in an iterative manner, using iteration. Iterativeness, that quality of being iterative. Iteratives, plural of iterative. Iterativity, that quality of being iterative. Iterator, one who or that which iterates. Iterator pattern, a behavioral design pattern that uses an iterator to traverse a container and access the container's elements, thus decoupling algorithms from containers. Iterator patterns, plural of iterator pattern. Iterators, plural of iterator. Itron, a repetitive sequence of DNA in some plasmids that is involved in the control of replication. Itrons, plural of itron. Itroperative, that exhibits itroparity. Itroparity, the condition of the itroporous. Itroporous, reproducing more than once in a lifetime. Iters, plural of iter. Plural of it. Epithet, a village and commune of Bacău County, Romania. F, abbreviation of Intertropical Front. Ed, initialism of Ipswich Town Football Club. F, plural of IEF. F, occurring at position I in a sequence. An island of the Aegean Sea, Greece, according to the legend Odysseus was its king. Ithaca, from or pertaining to Ithaca. Ithacans, plural of Ithacan. Ethessensian, of or relating to the island of Ithaca. Ethessensians, plural of Ethessensian. Ithaca, alternative spelling of Ithaca. Ithacan, alternative form of Ithacan. Ithacans, plural of Ithacan. Itad, industrious, assiduous, continually busy, diligent. Ithergates, elsewhere. Ither, a hillock island village in the middle of the Lockjack Lake. Ithuil, an experimental constructed language created by John Quijada, designed to try to minimize vagueness and semantic ambiguity, and to express complex ideas briefly, but clearly. Il, synonym long. Ille, synonym of sorma. Iphoe, a butterfly in the nymphalid tribe Ithomiini. Ephoens, plural of unit, any insect of the mouth-laysuing family Ithanidae. Ithanids, plural of ithanid. Yes, plural of it. Avurial spear, the plant Tritolaelaxa. Ithyphalli, plural of ithyphallis. Ithyphallic, of or pertaining to the erect phallus that was carried in Bacchic processions. Ithyphallics, plural of ithyphallic. Ithyphallophobia, the fear of having or seeing an erect penis. Ithyphallus, a depiction of an erect penis. Initialism of International Tennis Integrity Agency. Alternative form of ID. IDs, plural of idi. Idiri, a town in singular region, Tanzania. Itihasa, the collection of written descriptions of important events in Hinduism, including the Mahabharata, the Puranas, and the Ramayana. Etigath, alternative form of ITCAF. ITIL, acronym of IT Infrastructure Library, a set of practices for IT management in business. F, initialism of individual taxpayer identification number. Itineracies, plural of itineracy. Itineracy, alternative spelling of itinerancy. Itinerance, the often chaotic movement of electrons through a material. Itinerances, plural of itinerance. Itinerancies, plural of itinerancy. Itinerancy, the state or quality of being itinerant. Itinerant, alternative form of itinerant member of the traveling community. Itinerant worker, a temporary worker, particularly for exhausting manual labor. Itinerant workers, plural of itinerant worker. Itinerantly, in an itinerant manner, nomadically. Itinerants, plural of itinerant. Itineraria, plural of itinerarium. Itinerarian, the writer of an itinerary. Itinerarians, plural of itinerarian. Itineraries, plural of itinerary. Itinerarium, an ancient Roman road map in the form of a listing of cities, villages, and other stops with the intervening distances. Itinerary, a written schedule of activities for a vacation or road trip. Itinerate, to travel from place to place, especially to preach or lecture. Itinerated, simple past and past participle of itinerate. Itinerate, third person singular simple present indicative of itinerate. Itinerating, present participle and gerund of itinerate. Itineration, a traveling around. Itinerations, plural of itineration. Eternally, continually, perpetually, always. Itis, a medical condition accompanied by inflammation. Etias, plural of itis. Ita, synonym of andito. Idjarit jari, southern marsupial mole notorix typhlops. Initialism of in the know. Elo, misspelling of idle. Initialism of in the money. Initialism of It's That Man Again, BBC radio comedy program from 1939 to 1949. Ivo, alternative form of ICMO. Initialism of independent television news. Ethne, an Austronesian ethnic group from the upland province of Abra in northwestern Luzon in the Philippines. Ethnos, existence as a particular type of thing with particular qualities. Yu, initialism of in the office. Yu, a surname from Japanese, the sixth most common surname in Japan. Yu, a city in Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. Itamen, a municipality of Bengt, Philippines. Itaagawa, a city in Niigata Prefecture, Japan. Itoagawit, an orthorhombic dipyramidal blue mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, and strontium. Ikeawazan, support for the Jewish Territorial Organization. Itoism, alternative form of Itoism. Ieis, a supporter of the Jewish Territorial Organization. Idois, alternative form of Itois. Ideists, plural of Itois. Idois, plural of Idois. Idois, an orthorhombic dipyramidal silky white mineral containing germanium, hydrogen, lead, oxygen, and sulfur. Itokawa, an asteroid, properly 25,143 Itokawa. Iowan, an alternative territory sought by the Jewish Territorial Organization as a Jewish homeland, instead of the land of Israel preferred by the Zionist movement. Idoland, alternative form of Itolan. Idolizumab, a recombinant monoclonal antibody proposed for the treatment of COVID. Idaman, a city in Okinawa Prefecture, Japan. Itanama, a people of the Amazonian lowlands of northeastern Bolivia. Itongo, an ancestral spirit. Inafry, a protein egg benzamide derivative used to treat gastrointestinal conditions. Either plural of ITO. iTouch, iPod touch. iTouches, plural of iTouch. Idolaori, the golden thread and green Nemepterus virgatus used in Japanese cuisine. Initialism of immune thrombocytopenic purpura. Itraconazole, a particular triazole antifungal agent trademark Sporanox that may be given orally or intravenously, especially to treat plasmycosis and histoplasmosis. Itromen, a particular vasodilator. Itracinonide, a particular therapeutic corticosteroid. Itraconazole, misspelling of itraconazole. Iwa, initialism of in the real world. Initialism of issue tracking system. Belonging to it. Misspelling of its. Alternative form of Itza. Itzitiri, a member of the multi-ethnical cultural group of people living mostly in Delta State, Nigeria. Itzahiris, a multi-ethnical cultural group of people living mostly in West Africa. Itself, a thing as the object of a verb or preposition that also appears as the subject. It's an alternative form of shit. It's a comparative form of itsy, more itsy. It did, superlative form of itsy, most itsy. Eto, acronym of IT service management. Eto, initialism of International Telecommunications Satellite Organization. Itself, synonym of itself. Itsushima, an island in the western part of the inland sea of Japan, located in the northwest of Hiroshima Bay. It's very small, itsy bitsy, alternative form of itsy bitsy. Itsy, comparative form of itsy bitsy, more itsy bitsy. Itsy bitsies, plural of itsy bitsy. Itsy, superlative form of itsy bitsy, most itsy bitsy. Itsy bitsy, very small, minuscule. Initialism of individual time trial. Initialism of in this thread or in this topic. Either. Alternative form of itar. Idarden, a small decorative bottle used to hold itar. Idardens, plural of itarden. Idders, plural of idder. Idit, comparative form of itty, more itty. Edit, superlative form of itty, most itty. Idat, Ittihad Club, a football club from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Idnarai, a dark blue or gray mineral consisting chiefly of silica, alumina, potash, and soda. Kortorme, a settlement in eastern Greenland. Archaic form of Itia. Area, archaic form of atrium. The plural of ITT. Itself, obsolete spelling of itself. The extremely small, itty bitty. It comparative form of itty bitty, more itty bitty. It is superlative form of itty bitty, most itty bitty. Itty bitty, alternative form of itsy bitsy. Itty bitty titty committee, alternative form of itty bitty titty committee. Itty bitty titty committee. Women or girls with small breasts, viewed collectively. Comparative form of itty bitty, more itty bitty. It is superlative form of itty bitty, most itty bitty. Itty bitty, alternative form of itsy bitsy. It is synonym of batty. It is plural of idian. Oh, initialism of International Telecommunication Union, originally called the International Telegraph Union. Ituabat, synonym of taping island. ITU Telecommunications Standardization Sector, one of the 3 sectors divisions or units of the International Telecommunication Union ITU. Ado, a barangay of Matalam, late Philippines. Eduna, a town in Saskatchewan, Canada. Itcheria, alternative form of Itcherian. Itcherians, plural of Itcherian. Iter, a surname. Iters, plural of iter. Iterbai, a surname from Spanish in term from Basque. Iterbides, plural of Iterbai. Itcheria, a region of the Levant, approximately equivalent to Palestine. Itcheria, of or pertaining to Itcheria. Itcherians, plural of Itcherian. Itcherin, a cyclic lipoptide produced by Bacillus subtilis and other related bacteria. Itcherin, a fiber made from the stem of the plant Iscnesiphon obliquus. Iteralda, a surname from Basque. Iteraldas, plural of Iteralta. Iteragui, a surname from Spanish. Itcherup, the largest and northernmost island in the Southern Kuril Islands, disputed between Japan and Russia. Plural of ITU. Edui, initialism of Independent Television, a British commercial television network. Ewa, initialism of in the world. Edu, a method of annotating classical Chinese text so that it can be read as Korean, using additional characters that represent Korean grammatical items. IEX, initialism of isopropyl thioxanthone. Itelos, alternative form of Italus. Italas, the son of Edon. Initialism of I think slash thought you mean slash meant. Itasol, initialism of I think you should leave. Eta, a Mayan ethnic group native to the Payton region of northern Guatemala and parts of Belize. Etzcatl, the 4th ruler of Tenochtitlan. Etzabu, alternative form of Ikibu. Etzabos, plural of Itzabu. Etzabu, alternative form of Ikibu. Etzabes, plural of Itzabu. Ethel, a female given name. Itzach, a male given name from Hebrew, variant of Isaac. Etsabu. Alternative spelling of Ikabu. Etoas. Plural of Itzabu. Itzkovitz. A surname. Itzkovitzes. Plural of Itzkovitz. Initialism of International Unit. Ermi. A member of the Yumin people, a Southeast Asian subset of the Yao people, a minority group originally from China. Means plural of Yumin. Yuha. Initialism of Inter-University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics, a research institute in India. Initialism of intrauterine contraceptive device. Initialism of International Union for Conservation of Nature. Initialism of intrauterine device. Eodes. Archaic spelling of Judas. Iudex non calcula. The principle that a judge should base their decision on the strength of the arguments rather than their quantity. Obsolete typography of judge. Edmund. Obsolete spelling of judgment. Edmonds. Plural of judgment. Edis. Plural of AI. Esment. Obsolete spelling of judgment. Esments. Plural of judgment. Plural of IUD. Eu. Obsolete form of jewel. Eos. Plural of EU. Initialism of intrauterine growth restriction. Initialism of International Union of Geological Sciences. Initialism of intrauterine insemination. Plural of IUI. Eofa. A village in Marion County, Illinois, United States. Ulyanov. A transliteration of the Russian surname Euliakutnov Ulyanov. Ulyanov. A transliteration of the Russian surname Ulyakutnov Ilyanov. Iona. Initialism of Internet Underground Music Archive. Al. Initialism of Indian Union Muslim League, a political party. L. Archaic spelling of jump. S. Abbreviation of International Union of Muslim Scholars. Edo. I don't know. Synonym of Heliopolis, ancient Egyptian city. Initialism of Indiana University of Pennsylvania. UPAC. Acronym of International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, an organization that establishes official names of chemical elements and compounds. UPAC name. A formal chemical name specified by rules from EPAC International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry. UPAC names. Plural of UPAC name. EVIC. Acronym of International Union of Basic and Clinical Pharmacology. EUNEVICURIA. Parties to a legal dispute do not need to plead or prove the law that applies to their case. Alternative form of Yuri. A transliteration of the Belarusian male given name U acute ayer ikakri jurij. Plural of IU. Initialism of International Union for the Study of Social Insects. Obsolete spelling of just. Is. Obsolete typography of justice. As is. Plural of aestis. Initialism of Inter-Universal Teichmüller theory. Initialism of illegal, unreported, and unregulated. Roman 4. Abbreviation of intravenous. The initialism of individual voluntary arrangement. The a female given name of Slavic origin, recorded in the United States since 1900. Ivermectin, a medication used for the symptomatic management of stable angina pectoris. Ivacaftor, a drug used to treat certain forms of cystic fibrosis. Iva, a bitter substance found in Achillea herbarate subspeciata. Ivalo, village in Inari municipality located in Finland's Lapland province. Ivan, a male given name from Russian of English speakers. Ivan Ivanovich, an anonymous or stereotypical Russian man, a Russian John Smith, John Q. Public or Joe Q. Oblik. Ivan Ivanoviches, plural of Ivan Ivanovich. Ivan Ivanovich, plural of Ivan Ivanovich. Ivan Ivanovich, alternative spelling of Ivan Ivanovich. Ivan Ivanoviches, plural of Ivan Ivanovich. Ivan Ivanovich, plural of Ivan Ivanovich. Ivan the Terrible, Ivan Roman IV Vasilievich, who was the Grand Prince of Moscow and all Russia from 1533 and Tsar of all Russia from 1547 until his death in 1584. Anlana, a female given name. Ivanek, a city in Croatia. Ivanemko, a surname from Ukrainian. Ivansti, a village in Silnita, Ilamita County, Romania. Ivanhoe, a novel by Sir Walter Scott. Ivanik Rad, a city in Croatia. Ivanishvili, a transliteration of the Georgian surname Ivanishvili Ivanishvili. Ivanta, a female given name from Czech. Ivankonomics, the economic ideas of Ivanka Trump. Ivankiv, a village in Borispol urban Hermata, Borispol Rayon, Kiev Oblast, Ukraine, first mentioned in 1508. Ivankivsy, a village in Srivny settlement Hermata, Kryloki Rayon, Chernihiv Oblast, Ukraine, first mentioned in 1666. Ivanko, a transliteration of the Bulgarian male given name diminutive Iva acute nk or Ivanko. Ivankovo, a municipality of Croatia. Ivanki, a village, the administrative center of Ivanki, rural Hromada, Human Rayon, Cherkasy Oblast, Ukraine, first mentioned in 1560. Amana, a female given name from Ukrainian. Ivano-Frankivsk, alternative form of Ivano-Frankivsk. Ivano-Frankivsk, an oblast of Ukraine. In full, Ivano-Frankivsk Oblast, formerly Stanislav Oblast. Ivano-Frankovsk, alternative form of Ivano-Frankivsk. Ivanov, a surname. Ivanos, plural of Ivanov. Ivanov, a transliteration of the Bulgarian surname Iva and Orva Ivanov. Ivanova, a surname. Ivanovas, plural of Ivanova. Ivanovich, a transliteration of the Russian patronymic Iva Acute and Orvachel Ivanovich, son of Ivan. Ivanovich is, plural of Ivanovich. Ivanovich, plural of Ivanovich. Ivanovism, a Slavic neo-pagan new religious movement based on the teachings of the Russian mystic Porfiry Ivanov 1898-1983, who elaborated his doctrines by drawing upon Russian folklore. Ivanovich. Alternative form of Ivanovich. Ivanoviches. Plural of Ivanovich. Ivanovich. Plural of Ivanovich. Ivanovna. A transliteration of the Russian patronymic Ivahikut Ivanovna, daughter of Ivan. Ivanovo. An oblast of Russia. Ivanovs. Plural of Ivanov. Ivans. Plural of Ivan. Ivanska. A municipality of Croatia. Plural of IVA. A member of a Filipino ethno-linguistic group predominant in the Batanes Islands of the Philippines. Ivatans. Plural of Ivatan. Iva. A surname. Ivaxilurin. A particular sesquiterpene that is the basis of many natural products. Initialism of inferior vena cava. Plural of IVC. Initialism of ideographic variation database, that part of the Unicode standard which defines variation sequences for ideographs. A surname. Idle. A river in Hertfordshire and Bedfordshire, England, that joins the Great Ouse at Tempsford. Ider. A large village and civil parish served by the Ivers Parish Council in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in South Bucks District OS Grid Ref TQ 0381. Alternative spelling of Iberia. Ivermectin. Synonym of mingrelion. Ivermectin. A compound of the ivermectin group, used as an anthelmintic in veterinary medicine and as a treatment for river blindness. Ivermectins. Plural of ivermectin. Ivernia. Synonym of Hibernia, Ireland, an island of Western Europe. Ivernian. Of or pertaining to Ireland, Irish. Iverne. An extinct Celtic language mentioned in the Sonnes Cormac as Ironburley, assumed by some to have been spoken by the Iverny and said by Cormac Mac Cuilinane to be the source of Old Irish on stone and fern anything good. Iverson. A surname. Iverson bracket. A notation that denotes a number that is 1 if the condition in square brackets is satisfied, and 0 otherwise, where P is a true or false statement. Iverson brackets. Plural of Iverson bracket. Iversons. Plural of Iverson. Irie. A surname. Ivories. Plural of ivory. Ios. A surname originating as a patronymic. Ichediamar. Any of a group of fossilized structures known from Ediacaran localities in England and Newfoundland, considered to be taphomorphs, representing the poorly preserved biological remains of various contemporary taxa that decayed before burial by sediment. Ichediamars. Plural of Ichediamarv. Iwejan. Of or pertaining to American composer Charles Ives 1874-1954, whose music is characterized by its innovative use of dissonance, quotation, polytonality, polyrhythm, and polyphony. Ivesen. A surname transferred from the given name. Ivesens. Plural of Ivesen. Ivester. A surname. Ivy. A surname. F. Initial transferred from the given name. Ivesens. Plural of Iveson. Ivester. A surname. Ivy. A surname. F. Initialism of in vitro fertilization. F. Plural of IVF. F. Initialism of in vitro gametogenesis. F. Plural of IVG. F. Initialism of intraventricular hemorrhage. Initialism of in-vehicle infotainment. A surname. Ivy, overgrown with ivy or another climbing plant. Is, plural of ivy. Abbreviation of intravenous immunoglobulin. Alternative letter case form of IVIG. Ibidthai. Elite. A surname. Ibigo. A village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Aylesbury Vale District O West Grid Ref SB 946,162. Evans. A surname originating as a patronymic. Evas. Initialism of in-vehicle information system. Evasan. A municipality of Capiz, Philippines. Initialism of in vitro maturation. Io. A male given name from the Germanic languages. Ivorian. Ivorian. Ivorians. Plural of Ivorian. Ivapoline. An antidepressant drug. Eider. A male given name from Old Norse. Ivorian. A person from Côte d'Ivoire or of Ivorian descent. Ivorianness. The quality or state of being Ivorian. Ivorians. Plural of Ivorian. Ivori. A celluloid compound used as a substitute for ivory. Ivory. Decorated with ivory. Ivories. Plural of ivory. Ivory. Made of ivory. Ivorians. Plural of ivorine. Ironess. Quality of Ivorian color. Ivorius. A carver of ivory. Ivorists. Plural of ivorist. Ivori. A synthetic celluloid plastic resembling ivory. Ivory. A surname from Old French. Ivory black. A black powder, originally made from burnt ivory, later from bone, i.e. bone black. Ivory bush coral. Oculina vericosa, a scleractinian deepwater coral. Ivory Coast. A country in West Africa. Official names, Republic of Côte d'Ivoire and Côte d'Ivoire. Ivory Coaster. Synonym of Ivorian. Ivory Coasters. Plural of Ivory Coaster. Ivory Coastian. Synonym of Ivorian. Ivory Gull. An Arctic seabird species in the gull family Laridae. Pagophylla eburnea. Ivory gulls. Plural of ivory gull. Ivory nut. The seed of the ivory palm. Ivory nuts. Plural of ivory nut. Ivory palm. Synonym of tagua palm. Ivory palms. Plural of ivory palm. Ivory porcelain. A fine ware with an ivory white glaze. Ivory porcelains. Plural of ivory porcelain. Ivory tickler. Apenas. Ivory tower. A sheltered, overly academic existence or perspective implying a disconnection or lack of awareness of reality or practical considerations. Ivory towers. Plural of ivory tower. Ivory tree. Reishi tinctoria, a flowering plant with hard white wood resembling ivory. Ivory trees. Plural of ivory tree. Ivory bill. Alternative form of ivoridal. Ivory-billed woodpecker. A possibly extinct woodpecker of species Campophyllus principalis of the southern United States and Cuba, with a white bill. Ivory-billed woodpeckers. Plural of ivory-billed woodpecker. Ivory bills. Plural of ivory bill. Ivory pounder. Apenas. ivory thumper, apenas, ivory tower, alternative form of ivory tower, ivory tower, overly academic, divorced from reality and practical matters. Ivory towerism, an overly academic approach separated from reality and practical matters. Ivory towerist, one who takes an overly academic approach separated from reality and practical matters. Ivory towerists, plural of ivory towerists. Ivorybill, an ivory-billed woodpecker, Camphophilus principalis. Ivorybills, plural of ivorybill. Ivory-like, resembling ivory. Ivorysmith, an artisan or worker in ivory. Ivorysmith. Plural of ivorysmith. Ivorytie, a picture produced by superposing a tinted translucent print upon a stronger print, so as to give the effect of a photograph in natural colors. Ivorytypes, plural of ivorytype. Ivorytyping, the production of ivorytype pictures. Ivoryware, articles made from ivory. Ivosidenib, an anti-cancer medication for the treatment of acute myeloid leukemia and cholangiocarcinoma. Oh, initialism of initial value problem. Oh, initialism of intravenous piggyback. Oh, plural of if. Oh, plural of IVP. Ever, initialism of interactive voice response. Irith, the Hebrew language, especially modern Hebrew. S, initialism of interactive voice response system. Every, pronunciation spelling of every. Roman 4, plural of Roman 4. Initialism of interrupt vector table. IVA, abbreviation of fourth. Plural of IVT. Elector, synonym of Hamilton Inlet. EVAS, initialism of intravascular ultrasound. Ever, alternative spelling of ever. Ari, a unisex given name from English. I vow, any of species Epiprimum aureum of vines often used as ornamentals. I City, a neighborhood of Washington, D.C., United States. I Day, October 6, a day that commemorates the nationalist politician Charles Stewart Parnell. Ivy geranium, any of species Pelargonium peltatum of perennial planta. Ivy geraniums, plural of ivy geranium. Ivy gourd, a plant. Coccinia grandis. Ivy gourds, plural of ivy gourd. Ivy Hatch, a hamlet in Ightham Parish, Tonbridge and Malling District, Kent, England. Osgood Ref TQ 5854. Ivy League, an association of 8 universities in the USA known for high quality. Ivy Leaguer, a person who is educated at an Ivy League institution. Ivy Leaders, plural of Ivy Leaguer. Ad owl, synonym of tawny owl strix aluco. Ivy owls, plural of ivy owl. I'm a leaf, a leaf of ivy. I'm a leaf, used in the names of various plants the leaves of which resemble those of the ivy. Ivy-leaved toadflax, a plant of species Cymbellaria muralis. Ivy leaves, plural of I the leaf. Iwa Ridge, a town and civil parish with a town council in South Hams District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 6356. Iva Church, a village and civil parish in Folkestone and Hythe District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 0227. Ivy, alternative spelling of ivy. Idoli, resembling ivy. Iis, plural of ivy. Yeah, a great frigate bird, Frigata minor. Iwagumi, a Japanese style of aquarium aquascaping that focuses on the simplistic yet harmonious placement of stones, countable and aquascape in this style. Iwagumis, plural of Iwagumi. Iwahey, a barangay of the city of Puerto Princesa, Palawan, Philippines. Iwahori, a surname from Japanese. Iwahori-Hek algebra, a deformation of the group algebra of a Coxeter group. Iwahoris, plural of Iwahori. Iweja, an Iwejan Australian Aboriginal language spoken on Croker Island off the north coast of Arnhem Land in the Northern Territory. Iwejan, a family of non-Pominunian Australian Aboriginal prefixing languages spoken on islands off the north coast of Arnhem Land in the Northern Territory. Iwaki, a surname from Japanese. Eohe, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal greenish-black mineral containing iron, manganese, and oxygen. Iwamoto, a surname from Japanese. Iwamotos, plural of Iwamoto. Yeah, a large, vaulted chamber with a monumental arched opening on one side. Iwana, synonym of charfish, an ingredient in sushi and sashimi, sometimes referred to by its Japanese name when listed as an ingredient. Iwaneki, a surname from Polish. Iwanegis, plural of Iwaneki. Ewans, plural of Iwan. Iwanski, a surname from Polish. Iwanskis, plural of Iwanski. Iwantom, I want one. Iwa, a male given name from Japanese. War, a form of internet-based warfare. I-wars, plural of I-war. Iwasa, a surname from Japanese. Iwasaki, a surname from Japanese. Iwasakis, plural of Iwasaki. Iwasas, plural of Iwasa. Iwes, a surname from Japanese. Iweses, plural of Iwes. Iwata, a surname from Japanese. Iwates, plural of Iwata. Iwate, a prefecture of Japan, capital Morioka. Iwate, initialism of interactive whiteboard. Iwate, plural of IWB. Iwate, initialism of International Women's Day. F. Initialism of International Walking Federation, an association of Volkssport organizations and clubs. F. An extended group of Maori King groups or families, sharing common ancestry, a tribe. An iwi is smaller than a waka and larger than a hapu. Iwanski, a surname from Polish. Iwanskis, plural of Iwinski. Ewes, certainly, surely, indeed. Ewes, initialism of I would like to. Iowa, synonym of Heliopolis, ancient Egyptian city. Iwo Jima, a volcanic island in the Volcano Islands in the North Pacific, now administered as part of Tokyo's Ogasawara subprefecture and most famous for a major battle in World War Human 2. Alternative form of Ri-1, a town, county, and bay of North Korea. Industrial workers of the world. Initialism of International Working Women's Day. Iwis, obsolete spelling of Iwi. Roman I, initialism of Internet exchange. Abbreviation of investigation. Ixapilone, a particular drug used in chemotherapy. Ixazomib, a proteasome inhibitor that is used in cancer therapy. Ixcuintepec, a town in Oaxaca, Mexico. Ixgizumab, a humanized monoclonal antibody for the treatment of autoimmune diseases. It works by binding to interleukin-17 and blocking its action. Ixelles, a municipality of the Brussels capital region, Belgium. Ixherbaceous, of or relating to the Ixherbaceae. If any of the genus Ixia of Cormus plants native to South Africa. Ecteas, plural of Ixia. Exar, an indigenous Maya people in El Quiché Department, Guatemala. Exalan, of or relating to a Mimian language family including the languages Ixil and Awakatec. Ictale, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing iron, manganese, niobium, oxygen, tantalum, and tin. Ipser, king of Lapis, who was punished by Zeus for trying to seduce Hera by being bound to a winged fiery wheel that was always spinning. Ishaman, of or relating to Ixion. Ixionid, a centaur. Ixtionids, plural of Ixionid. Ixmiquilpan, a city in Hidalgo, Mexico. Ixnay, Ixnay, simple past and past participle of Ixnay. Ixnang, present participle and gerund of Ixnay. Ixnay, as third person singular simple present indicative of Ixnay. Ixacuties, the outer surface of a mushroom with a hyphae or a gelatinous horizontal layer and lying flat. Ixode, a member of the genus Ixodes of ticks. Ixodrine, any of a class of proteins found in ticks of the genus Ixodes. Ixodrines, plural of Ixodrine. Ixodes, plural of Ixode. Ixodiasis, disease caused by ticks of the superfamily Ixodoidea. Ixotic, relating to or caused by hard ticks. Ixoticide, a substance that kills ticks. Ixoticides, plural of ixoticide. Ixodid, any of various ticks of the family Ixodidae. Ixodidin, an antimicrobial peptide present in ticks of the order Ixodida. Ixodids, plural of Ixodid. Ixodoi, any tick of the superfamily Ixodoideae. Ixodoids, plural of Ixodoi. Ixoderhinchid, any mite in the family Ixoderhinchidae. Ixoderhinchids, plural of Ixoderhinchid. Ixolaris, a polypeptide, present in ticks of the genus Ixodes that inhibits tissue factor diseases. Ixolite, a fossil resin found in bituminous coal that becomes soft and sticky when heated. Ixopo, a town in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Ixora, any of the flowering plants in the genus Ixora. Ixoras, plural of Ixora. Ixoracide, a particular iridoid glycoside. Ixotrochodermium, the outer surface of a mushroom that is composed of erect or loosely interwoven hyphae. Initialism of Internet exchange point. Plural of IXB. Efwe. Alternative form of Xwe. Exta. The Yucatec mine goddess of suicide, represented as a dead woman with a rope around her neck. Ixtacalco, a small delegacion borough of Mexico's federal district, located in the center-east of the district. Ixtaccihuatl, alternative form of Iztaccihuatl. Ixtaccihuatl, alternative form of Iztaccihuatl. IXDH, abbreviation of ninth. Extol, a variety of agave angustifolia var angustifolia sin. Agave rigida, furnishing a strong coarse fiber. Extols, plural of ixtol. Initialism of intermediate experimental vehicle, an experimental space vehicle of the European Space Administration. Yeah, if you ask me, Iamthaba, a Mayday ethnic male given name. Yeah, the 8th month of the civil year and the 2nd month of the ecclesiastical year in the Jewish calendar after Nisan and before Sivan. Yeri, a female given name. Yeri, a dialect of English used by the Rastafari. Iashaitai, a genre of slice of life fiction, portraying characters living out peaceful lives in calming environments, intended to have a healing effect on the audience. Initialism of if you didn't know. Ikabian, alternative form of Ijkabian. Aadr, a surname from Tamil. Garicide, a particular steroid glycoside. Aangers, plural of Aanger. Et, a surname from Tamil. Et, plural of Ai. Ewe, initialism of if you know what I mean. Ede, initialism of if you know, you know. Ede, alternative, letter case form of Ike. Ip, obsolete form of Jinx. Aegis, plural of inks. Is obsolete spelling of jinx. Ill, initialism of in your opinion. Yelva, a queen mother of the kingdom of Benin. Yelves, plural of Yova. Yaha, a citrus fruit from Japan, with a more bitter taste than an orange. Citrus times Eo. Iakan, plural of Iakan. Iamante, alternative form of Iamante. Iora, alternative spelling of Era. Initialism of if you say so. Eswe, initialism of if you see what I mean. Initialism of inclusionary zoning. Third person singular simple present indicative of be. Ila, a wrap garment that typically covers the waist and legs and is worn by men under a thobe. Ilaz, plural of izars, synonym of ezef. Evitz, plural of izefit. Izagura, a surname. Izagures, plural of Izagura. Ila, a male given name. Izek Katshark. Hala Halelarus regani, a catshark commonly found off the coasts of South Africa and southern Namibia. Izek Katsharks. Plural of Izek Katshark. Izakaya, a Japanese bar that also sells snacks. Izakayas. Plural of Izakaya. Izalco, a town in Sonsonate. Department, El Salvador. Izanati, a Japanese creator god. He is Izanami's elder brother and spouse and the father of Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo, and Kagutsuchi. Izanami, a Japanese creator goddess who is also, along with the Shinigami and Enma, a goddess of death and the underworld. She is Izanagi's younger sister and spouse, and the mother of Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo, and Kagutsuchi. Izangoma, plural of Isangoma. Alternative form of Izar. Eder, a surname from French. Izard County, one of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seat, Melbourne. Eders, plural of Izard. Ilas, plural of Izar. A Russian log hut. Plural of Izba. Izkatiko, a dialect of the Mazakian language. Izdak, alternative form of Itzhak, male given name. Izubar, former name of Gilgamesh. Izi, alternative form of Yazidi. Izis, plural of Izdi. Izism, dated form of Yazidism. Izeh, a city in Iran. El, alternative form of Izl. Elf, plural of Izl. Aijin, alternative form of Yasna. Idar, father of Korah. Yat, alternative form of Ijava. Yadas, plural of Ijava. Ifs, a city, the capital of Udmurtia, Russia. Izasa, the obsolete Cyrillic letter 475, formerly used in Russian to represent upsilon in borrowed words. Izetsas, plural of Izhitsa. Eoria, a member of an indigenous people of Ingria. Eorians, plural of Eorian. Izaslev, a city in Malmitsky Oblast in western Ukraine. Izabongo, plural of Izabongo. Izikoko, plural of Isikoko. Izimbizo, plural of Imbizo. Izimbongi, plural of Imbongi. Izinjuna, plural of Induna. Izinyara, plural of Inyana. Alternative form of Izium. Ida, a city in Izium Rayon, Kharkiv Oblast in eastern Ukraine. El, a spark, an ember, a hot ash or cinder. Health, plural of Izl. Izmail, a city and rayon of Odessa Oblast, Ukraine. Ismail, alternative form of Ismail. Elhal, a specialized surgical knife used by the Mohol in the Jewish circumcision ritual of Brit Milah for infant males. It must have certain characteristics per Jewish law, including that it may not stop the flow of blood, unlike the constricting devices commonly used by a surgeon or urologist. Ilir, a province and metropolitan municipality in western Anatolia in Turkey, along the Mediterranean coast. Ilir, alternative spelling of Izmir. Izmirian, of or from Izmir. Izmirians, plural of Izmirian. Ilir, a city in Kakili province, Turkey. Emek, a town in Turkey. Emek, alternative form of Iznik. Iznikware, alternative form of Iznikware. Iznikware, a kind of pottery from the town of Iznik in western Anatolia, produced from the last quarter of the 15th century until the end of the 17th century. IZOD test is standard test for determining the impact resistance of materials using a pivoting arm that is released from a specific height to strike a sample. IZOD tests, plural of IZOD tests. Isoglacate, an orthorhombic dipyramidal lead gray mineral containing antimony, bismuth, copper, iron, lead, and sulfur. Iodine, a surname. Izora, a female given name. Izori, a chimerite in which the attacker dives under his opponent's charge, grabs his knees or his mawashi, and lifts him up and over backwards. Izquierdo, a surname from Spanish. Izquierdos, plural of Izquierdo. Iztaccíhuatl, a mountain in central Mexico, the third highest peak in Mexico. Iztava, a municipality in the Acietla department of Guatemala. Iztapalapa, a borough in Mexico City. Edo, a city in Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. Izu Islands, an archipelago of Japan. Izubana Mariana Arc, a tectonic plate convergent boundary in Micronesia. Izumi, a female given name from Japanese. Izumena, the ship of characters Izuku Midoriya and Mina Ashido from the My Hero Academia series. Izumes, plural of Izumi. Izumisano, a city in Osaka Prefecture, Japan. Izuma, a city in Prefecture, Japan. Izuacha, the ship of characters Izuku Midoriya and Achako Uraraka from the My Hero Academia series. Ivor, a village in Suharel, Batasani County, Romania. Izvorel, the name of a number of locations in Romania. Izvorel Suceava, a village and commune of Suceava County, Romania. Izvor, a commune of Argeș County, Romania. Izvorgoze, a commune of Mehedinti County, Romania. Izvorubur Hisiului, a village and commune of Bacău County, Romania. Ida, alternative form of Izium. Ever, a surname. Ethers, plural of Izard. Aries, a kind of claw from India. Aries, alternative form of Izares. Yeah, honor, pride, reputation. If, a surname. If, alternative spelling of Izzy diminutive of female and male given names. F, plural of Izzy. S, plural of Izzy. F, contraction of Izzit. Izzle faux shizzle, a more emphatic and familiar form of faux shizzle, for sure, my friend, used to stress the following sentence. Il, a surname from Italian. Is, plural of Izzo. It, a diminutive of the female given name Isabel, 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 Isabella, Elizabeth, Isidora, Isra, Isbel, Ismara, and Isabel. Ella, a town in Radom County, Masovian Voivodeship, Poland. The 10th letter of the English alphabet, called J and written in the Latin script. J antenna. Synonym of J-pole antenna. J antennas. Plural of J antenna. J-curve, a curve on a graph that initially falls, then rises to a point higher than its starting point. J-curves, plural of J-curve. J-pen, a kind of fountain pen with a broad, stubby nib, originally stamped with a J. J-pens, plural of J-pen. J-receptor, a juxtacapillary receptor. J-receptors, plural of J receptor. J stroke, a paddling technique used by the steersman of a canoe that starts with a stroke perpendicular to the boat and ends with a hook behind the back of the boat. This forms a letter J when paddling on the right side of the boat. The technique is used to overcome the tendency of the boat to turn when paddling on one side and keep the boat going straight in the water. J strokes, plural of J stroke. J and K, initialism of Jammu and Kashmir, a union territory in northern India. J accuse, an accusation, especially one made publicly. J accuses, plural of J accuse. JF, spoken by a player before adjusting a piece on the chessboard to indicate that he or she is not making a move in the game. Jharkhand, abbreviation of Jharkhand. Jhelum, abbreviation of Jerusalem. Jehuvert, a large street party held during Carnival in the Eastern Caribbean region. Jazz, plural of J. J++, a programming language developed by Microsoft that is a non-standard variant of Java. The, used to form nouns for things originating in Japan. J1, a short-term visa granted to scholars, professors, and visitors who participate in cultural exchange programs. J1s, plural of J1. J6, alternative form of J6. J-bar, a J-shaped bar forming part of a ski lift. The rider holds the vertical portion while sitting or leaning on the lower horizontal portion. J-bars, plural of J-bar. J-bend, a U-bend having one side shorter than the other, making it J-shaped. J-bends, plural of J-bend. J-blog, a weblog written by a journalist. J-blogger, a journalist who publishes a weblog about his or her work. J-bloggers, plural of J-blogger. J-blogging, the publishing of a weblog by a journalist about his or her work. J-blogs, plural of J-blog. J-card, a printed card designed to fit in an audio cassette case, folded around the cassette, and usually bearing the title, artwork, track listing, etc. J-cards, plural of J-card. J-cat, a mentally unstable mate. J-cats, plural of J-cat. J-cloth, Canada, a kind of absorbent cloth for washing dishes, mopping up spillages, etc. J-cloths, plural of J-cloth. J-core, a style of Japanese hardcore techno music that originated in the 1990s. J-curve, exponential growth or a graph detailing it. J-curves, plural of J-curve. J-drama, alternative letter case form of J-drama. J-drama, a Japanese television drama. J-dramas, plural of J-drama. J-Euro, Japanese Eurobeat. J-horror, Japanese horror fiction in film, video games, and other popular culture, typically marked by psychological tension and supernatural elements. J-Law, Jennifer Lawrence, born 1990, American actress. J-Lo, Jennifer Lopez, born 1969, American singer and actress. Jealous, plural of J-Lo. J-O, alternative form of J/O. Yue, simple past and past participle of J-O. J-O-ing, present participle of J-O. J-O-S, third person singular simple present indicative of J-O. J-pole antenna, a vertical omnidirectional transmitting antenna used in the shortwave frequency bands. J-pop, alternative lettercase form of J-pop. J-pop. Japanese pop music influenced by Western genres. J-rock. Japanese rock music. J-school. A school or a division within a college or university teaching topics related to the practice of journalism. J-schools. Plural of J-school. J-shaped. Shaped like the capital letter J or its mirror image, typically having one end much higher than the other. J-term. Abbreviation of January term. J-terms. Plural of J-term. J-town. The city of Joseon, Nigeria. J-tur. A 180-degree turn in a vehicle, where the vehicle starts in reverse and ends driving forward so that the direction of travel remains the same. J-turns. Plural of J-turn. J-word. Any word beginning with J that is considered to be vulgar in the given context, such as jizz, jerk off / jack off, or Jew / Jewish. J-words. Plural of J-word. The alternative form of J, abbreviation of judge or justice. The armor. Awake. The order rank. Awake. The rundown. An unspecified person. Any old person followed by a generic role. The random user. An unspecified person or user on a computer network. JC. Alternative form of JC. JD. Initialism of Juris Doctor. JD. Junior Bray. J.Lo. Alternative form of JLo. JP. Abbreviation of Justice of the Peace, usually used after the name of a person who holds this office. JPML. Abbreviation of Judicial Panel on Multi-District Litigation. JPS. Plural of JP. J/7. The ship of characters Catherine Janeway and 7 of 9 from the television series Star Trek. Voyager. J/C. The ship of characters Catherine Janeway and Chakotay from the television series Star Trek. Voyager. J/Sir. A fan who ships the Star Trek characters Catherine Janeway and Chakotay. J/K. Initialism of Just Kidding. J/O. Abbreviation of Jack off jerk off. J/OD. Simple past and past participle of J/O. J/Os. Third person singular simple present indicative of J/O. J/Ed. Simple past and past participle of J/O. J/Owing. Present participle and gerund of J/O. J/Os. Third person singular simple present indicative of J/O. J/Simeson. Synonym of J/Psi particle. J/Simesons. Plural of J/Psi meson. J/Psi particle. A subatomic particle with an unusually long lifetime and a large mass, a bound state of a charm quark and an anti-charm quark. J/Psi particles. Plural of J/Psi particle. J/S. Initialism of jump seat. J00. J1. A haplogroup often associated with inhabitants of the Arabian Plate. J1772. An AC alternating current charging and charger standard for charging plug-in electrified drive vehicles developed by SAE Society of Automotive Engineers and implemented across the automotive industry in North America. J2E, abbreviation of Java-E. J2Me, old abbreviation for Java-Me. J2Me, plural of J2Me. J2Re, initialism of Java 2 runtime environment. J2Re, plural of J2Re. J2C, old abbreviation for Java SC. J2C, plural of J2SC. J6, the January 6th United States Capitol attack. J6er, alternative form of J6er. J6ers, plural of J6er. J6er, a participant in the January 6th United States Capitol attack. J6ers, plural of J6er. Abbreviation of Japan, a country in East Asia NATO country code. Abbreviation of January. Y'all well know fine. Variously expressing ridicule, irony, indifference, surprise, or ambivalence. Possibly in combination, depending on tone and context. Abbreviation of Japanese. Yadi. Alternative form of jatty pickled fish. Jajuber. Magician. Jajubers, plural of Jajuber. Jagsi, pulmonary adenomatosis of sheep or goats. Jolly, alternative form of Jolly. Jolly, an Arabist Nubian tribe of Sudan. Jollies, plural of Jolly. A male given name from Dutch. Ja, a quick stab or blow, a poking or thrusting motion. Jab artist, a boxer who fights with short jab-like punches. Jab artists, plural of jab artists. Jab jab, a person dressed up as a devil-like character in Caribbean carnivals who carries a whip used for hitting other devils. Jab jabs, plural of jab jab. Jab Malasi, alternative spelling of Jab Malasi. Jab Malasi, alternative spelling of Jab Malasi. Jab Malasi, a traditional character in the Trinidad and Tobago carnival dressed as a devil, mostly naked and covered in molasses or grease and a colorful dye. Jab saw, a keyhole saw. Jab saws, plural of Jab saw. Jabal, the son of Lamech and Ada. Jabal al-Druz, an elevated volcanic region in the Azuweda Governorate of southern Syria. Jabal Musa, synonym of Sinai Mountain. Jabalia, alternative form of Jabalia. Javelina, alternative form of Javelina. Javelinas, plural of Javelina. Jabalia, alternative form of Jabalia. Jabalpur, a large city in Madhya Pradesh, India. Jalaiah, a metropolitan region in North Gaza Governorate, northern Gaza, Gaza Strip, Palestine, Israel, Levant. Jabara, a surname from Arabic. Jabaras, plural of Jabara. Jabari, a male given name from Swahili of modern African American usage. Jabari, a follower of Jabriya. Jabarites, plural of Jabarite. Jabba, flipping of Jabba the Hutt. Jabba the Hutt, Misspelling of Jabba the Hutt. Jabba the Hutt. Something very large or bloated, a fat person. Jabba the Hutt. Plural of Jabba the Hutt. Jabbar, a surname from Arabic. Jabbars, plural of Jabbar. Jabbas, plural of Jabba. That, simple past. And past participle of jab. Yabbe, one who is jabbed, a person receiving a hypodermic injection, especially of a COVID-19 vaccine. Jabbis, plural of jabby. Jabber, to talk rapidly, indistinctly, or unintelligibly, to utter gibberish or nonsense. Jabber, simple past and past participle of jabber. Jabberer, one who jabbers. Jabberers, plural of jabberer. Jabberfus, a period of time where people indulge in mindless conversation. Jabberfists, plural of jabberfus. Jabbering, present participle and gerund of jabber. Jabberingly, in a jabbering way. Jabberings, plural of jabbering. Jabberman, jabber. Jabbernol, alternative form of jabbernol. Jabbernols, plural of jabbernol. Jabbers, synonym of Jesus when used in an expletive. Jabbersome, characterized or marked by jabbering. Jabberwock, a fantastical dreaded monster with flaming eyes. Jabberwockian, relating to or resembling the nonsensical language used in the poem Jabberwocky by Lewis Carroll. Jabberwockies, plural of Jabberwocky. Jabberwocky, a nonsensical poem that appears in Through the Looking Glass by Lewis Carroll. Jabbery, characterized by jabbering. Jabby, present participle and gerund of jab. Jabbingly, in a jabbing way, spikily. Jabbins, plural of jabbing. Jabble, an agitation on the surface of water. Jabble, simple past and past participle of jabble. Jaddles, plural of jabble. Jabbling, present participle and gerund of jabble. Jabberwocky, alternative spelling of Jabberwocky. Jabber, a surname from Arabic. Jabbers, plural of jabber. That, short yet vigorous and forceful. Yabby, contraction of jollibee. Yabby, a surname from Urdu. Javans, plural of Javin. Java, alternative form of Yavam. Jaber, a surname. Jabers, plural of Jaber. Javas, a male given name from Hebrew. Jabello, sandbox tree. Jabillos, plural of jabillo. Jabba, alternative form of yabam. Jabiru, a species of bird Jabiru Mycteria in the monotypic genus Jabiru of the stork family Ciconidae, endemic to the Americas. Jabras, plural of Jabiru. Jabison, alternative spelling of Jamison. Jabisons, plural of Jabison. Javos, not having had an injection, especially of a COVID-19 vaccine. Jablachkov, alternative form of Yablachkov. Jablachkov candle, alternative form of Jablachkov candle. Jablachkovs, plural of Jablachkov. Jabloń, a surname from Polish. Jablonek nad Nisou, a city in the Czech Republic. Jablonka, a surname. Jablonkas, plural of Jablonka. Jablons, plural of Jablon. Jablonski, a surname from Polish. Jablonskis, plural of Jablonski. Jablonski, a surname from Polish. Jablonskis, plural of Jablonski. Jablowski, a surname. Jablowskis. Plural of Jablowski. Jablonkov, a town in the Moravian Silesian region, Czech Republic. Jabotião das Guerreiras, a city in the state of Pernambuco, Brazil. Jabonga, a municipality of Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Jabor, a surname. Jaborandi, any of several species of the genus Pilocarpus of plants, some of which are important medicinally. Jaborandis, plural of Jaborandi. Jaborine, an alkaloid found in Jaborandi leaves, resembling atropine. Jaboracilactol, a naturally occurring sterol used to treat some rare cancers. Jaboracilactone, a chlorohydrin found in species of Jaborosa. Jaboracilactones, plural of Jaboracilactone. Yaba, a cascading or ornamental frill down the front of a blouse, shirt, etc. Djibouti, alternative form of Djibouti. Jabuticaba, the evergreen Brazilian grape tree, Meacearia cauliflora, a fruit-bearing tree native to Argentina, Brazil, and Paraguay. Jabuticabas, plural of Jaboticaba. Jabotinskian, of relating to Zev Jabotinsky Yiddish, Hebrew Z, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Bey, Hebrew letter 5, BF, Hebrew Z, Hebrew Jin, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Hebrew Bey, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Hebrew Take, Hebrew Yad, Hebrew Nin, Hebrew Sam, Hebrew Kuf, born Vladimir Yevgenidovich Jabotinsky, Russian. The L A D U A Q M U A Yev A G Y Q and Yuryev A E Ch A B O T U A Q and S K U A G 1880–1940, Russian Jewish revisionist Zionist leader, writer, and soldier who profoundly influenced Israeli politics. Jabotinskian, alternative form of Jabotinskian. Jabotis, plural of Jaboti. Jabots, plural of Jabot. Jabriel, a ruined city in the southwest part of Azerbaijan. Jabriya, alternative form of Jabriya. Jabriya, an early Islamic philosophical school based on the belief that humans are controlled by predestination without having choice or free will. Jabriya, alternative form of Jabriya. Jabron, alternative spelling of Jabroni. Jabrons, plural of Jabron. Jabroni, alternative spelling of Jabroni. Jabronis, plural of Jabroni. Jabroni, an obnoxious or contemptible person, a loser. Jabroni, alternative spelling of Jabroni. Jabernis, plural of Jabroni. Jabonist, plural of Jabroni. Jabs, a surname from German. Jabs and Jolts syndrome, synonym of Ophthalmodinia periodica. Jabsos, plural of jabs. Jabtard, an individual or other entity that advocates or supports compulsory vaccination. Jabtards, plural of jabtard. Jabulan, alternative form of jabulan. Jabuti, a Brazilian tortoise, especially a yellow-footed tortoise Chelinoides denticulatus. Jabuticaba, alternative spelling of Jabuticaba. Jabuticabas, plural of Jabuticaba. Jabutis, plural of Jabuti. That, initialism of Joint Analysis Center. Jack shirt, a heavy shirt, often worn in place of a jacket in cooler weather. It may have buttons or a zippered front, and typically has 2 breast pockets. Jack shirts, plural of jack shirt. Jaca, a city, a Huesca in Spain. Jaca, a Guadalamut hut common in Mexico and the southwestern U.S. Jackals, plural of jackal. Jacqueline, a lectin found in jackfruit. Jackals, plural of jackal. Jackaltech, alternative form of jackaltech. Jackalteca, alternative form of jackaltech. Jackaltico, alternative form of jackaltech. Jackhammer, any of various insectivorous tropical birds of the family Galbulidae having iridescent plumage and a long, sharp bill. Jackhammers, plural of jackhammer. Jackami, alternative form of Jackamin gray-winged trumpeter. Jackamen, a bird, the gray-winged trumpeter Sophia crepitans. Jackamens, plural of jackamen. Jackamis, plural of jackami. Jagana, any of a group of wading birds in the family Jacanidae, usually having long toes and claws, and found throughout the world. Jacanas, plural of jacana. Jacaneth, any bird in the family Jacanidae, a jacana. Jacaneds, plural of jacanid. Jacaranda, any of several trees of the genus Jacaranda, native to tropical South America, that have pale purple, funnel-shaped flowers. In horticultural use refers specifically to Jacaranda mimicifolia. Jacarandas, plural of jacaranda. Jacarinon, the benzoquinone ester methyl 2,1-hydroxy 4-oxycyclohexa 2,5-dene 1L acetate, present in jacarandas, which is cytotoxic. Jacar, alternative form of yacar. Jacars, plural of jacar. Jacarubin, a yellow pigment found in Calophyllum sil, Calophyllum anophyllum, and other plants. Jacare, a male given name. Jacaric, relating to jacaric acid or its derivatives. Jacaric acid, the polyunsaturated fatty acid 8Z10E12-Z-octaic at 8,10,12-trinoic acid. Jacaru, alternative form of jacaru. Jagbosson, a surname from Swedish. Jackard, a surname. Jaccard coefficient, synonym of Jaccard index. Jaccard coefficients, plural of Jaccard coefficient. Jaccard index, a statistic for gauging the similarity and diversity of sample sets based on the size of the intersection between the sets divided by the size of the union of the sets. Jaccard indexes, plural of Jaccard index. Jaccard indices, plural of Jaccard index. Jackass, the marmoset Hapale vulgaris. Jackuses, plural of jackus. Jackanet, alternative form of jackanet. Jacinets, plural of jacinet. Yes, a 20th century diminutive of the male given name Jason. Jacint, lying stretched out. Jacicidin, a pharmacologically flavone found in Artemisia species. Dash, a surname from Polish. Jashindar, alternative form of Jasindar. Jashindars, plural of Jashindar. Jacomovite, a basic uranyl sulfate found associated with dolomite. Jacinda, a female given name. Jacindamania, fervent admiration of New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern. Jacinta, a female given name. Jacint, a female given name. Jacinta, a rare female given name from ancient Greek. Jazin, a female given name. Jazins, plural of jacinth. Jacinthine, hyacinthine. Jacinths, plural of jacinth. Jacitara, the Jacitara palm. Jacitara palm, a spiny, climbing palm, Desmoncus polyacanthos, native to the southern Caribbean and tropical South America. Jacitara palms, plural of Jacitara palm. Jacitaras, plural of Jacitara. That, a unisex given name, also used as a pet form of John or more rarely, Jacob. Jack Hall, Nather. Jack and Danis, plural of Jack and Danny. Jack and Danny, the vulva and elash or vagina. Jack and Jill, a bachelor party or bachelorette party to which both men and women are invited. Jack and Jill bathroom, the bathroom of a Jack and Jill suite. Jack and Jill bathrooms, plural of Jack and Jill bathroom. Jack and Jill bedroom, either of the bedrooms of a Jack and Jill suite. Jack and Jill bedrooms, plural of Jack and Jill bedroom. Jack and Jill suite, a bedroom suite composed of two bedrooms of similar size and a bathroom, where the bathroom is accessed through both bedrooms, and both bedrooms access the rest of the establishment / house / hallway. Jack and Jill suites, plural of Jack and Jill suite. Jack and Jill's, plural of Jack and Jill. Jack and shit, alternative form of jack shit. Jack arch, an arch of the thickness of one brick. Jack arches, plural of jack arch. Jack around, to misbehave, fool around. Jack at a pinch, a person whose assistance is sought only in an emergency. Jack bean, an annual plant from Central America grown for its large, slightly toxic, but edible bean-like pods, Canavalia ensiformis. Jack beans, plural of Jack bean. Jack Benny, a 3 and a 9 is a starting hand in Texas Hold'em. Jack block, a block fixed in the topgallant or royal rigging, used for raising and lowering light masts and spars. Jack blocks, plural of Jack block. Jack boot, alternative form of jackboot. Jack booted, alternative form of jackbooted. Jack booting, present participle and gerund of jack boot. Jack boots, plural of jack boot. Jack boy, alternative form of jack boy. Jack boys, plural of jack boy. Jack chain, a type of metal chain with figure-8-shaped links. Jack cheese, a mild, white American cheese similar to cheddar. Jack County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Jacksboro. Jack Crevalle, synonym of Crevalle Jack. Jack Dempsey, Rosio octafasciata, a cichlid fish native to Mexico and Honduras, but widely kept in aquaria and introduced elsewhere in the wild. Jack Dempsey's, plural of Jack Dempsey. Jack Dusty, a Jack of the Dust, a storekeeper in charge of dry foodstuffs. Jack Frost, a personification of frosty weather or winter. Jackfruit, alternative spelling of jackfruit. Jackfruits, plural of jackfruit. Jack Horner pie, a paper ornament or sawdust fill pan, etc. containing hidden gifts to be drawn out by children at a party. Jack Horner pies, plural of Jack Horner pie. Jack-in, to stop doing a regular activity, such as a job or studying. Jack in the Crack. Jack in the Box, a chain of fast food restaurants. Jack in the Green, a person who wore a pyramidal or conical wicker or wooden framework decorated with foliage as part of May Day processions in England. Jackant, to connect to a computer system. The Jacketh, to masturbate. Jack Jumper, any of various small species of ant of the genus Miyamisha, often capable of jumping and having a painful sting. Jack Ketch, a public executioner. Jack Ketches, plural of Jack Ketch. Jack Mackerel, any of various edible fish, especially of genus Trachurus, but also genera Caranx, Acanthocybium, and Euthanus. Jack Mackerels, plural of Jack Mackerel. Jack Mormon, a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints who believes in the premises of the faith but does not adhere to the Church's standards of conduct, such as its prohibition of the consumption of alcohol, coffee, and tobacco. Jack Mormons, plural of Jack Mormon. Jack Nasties, plural of Jack Nasty. Jack Nasty, synonym of Jack Nastyface, a sailor. Jack Nastyface, a sailor. Jack Nastyfaces, plural of Jack Nastyface. Jack Nasties, plural of Jack Nasty. Jack Knot, Jack nut, a type of nut with a sheet metal body that mushrooms outward on the far side of the hole through the substrate when the screw is screwed in, thus providing anchoring with only one-sided access to the hole. It is nearly equivalent to the female portion of a molly bolt. Jack nuts, plural of jack nut. Jack-o the clock, any of the mechanical figures that come out regularly to strike the bell of a clock. Jack-o the clocks, plural of Jack-o the clock. Jack-o'-lantern, alternative spelling of jack-o'-lantern, to strike the bell of a clock. Jack-o the clocks, plural of Jack-o the clock. Jack-o'-lantern, alternative spelling of jack-o'-lantern. Jack-o'-lantern, alternative form of jack-o'-lantern. Jack-o'-lanterns, plural of jack-o'-lantern. Jack-o'-lanterns, plural of jack-o'-lantern. Jack of all trades, alternative letter case form of jack of all trades. Jack of all trades, alternative letter case form of jack of all trades. Jack of all trades, master of none. A person who has a competent grasp of many skills but who is not outstanding in any one. Jack of clubs, one of the 52 playing cards in a standard deck. Jack of diamonds, one of the 52 playing cards in a standard deck. Jack of plate, a type of armor for the torso, consisting of small iron plates sewn between layers of felt and canvas. Jack of spades, one of the 52 playing cards in a standard deck. Jack off, to masturbate. Jack offs, plural of jack off. Jack out of doors, a homeless person or vagrant. Jack pine, an evergreen tree of species Pinus banksiana. Jack pines, plural of jack pine. Jack plane, a general-purpose bench plane used for general sizing of wood and for smoothing or straightening edges. Jack planes, plural of jack plane. Jack plug, a type of audio connector. Jack plugs, plural of jack plug. Jack post, a telescoping steel post used for the temporary support of ceilings, walls, and trenches. Jack posts, plural of jack posts. Jack presbyter, generic name for a Presbyterian minister. Jack pudding, a buffoon character appearing in stage and street performances. Jack pudding, alternative form of jack pudding. Jack puddings, plural of jack pudding. Jack puddings, plural of jack pudding. Jack rafter, one of the shorter rafters used in constructing a hip roof. Jack rafters, plural of jack rafter. Jack rose, a cocktail made from applejack, grenadine, and lemon or lime juice. Jack roses, plural of jack rose. Jack Russell, a breed of terrier dog, usually white with brown patches and commonly found domesticated and kept as pets. Jack Russell Terrier, a type of small dog, usually brown and white in color, often used by farmers for rodent control. Jack Russell Terriers, plural of Jack Russell Terrier. Jack Russells, plural of Jack Russell. Jack salmon, Relucius productus, a ray-finned fish found in the northeast Pacific Ocean. Jack salmons, plural of jack salmon. Jack screw, alternative form of jack screw. Jack screws, plural of jack screw. Jack shallow, a male braggart. Jack shallows, plural of jack shallow. Jack shit, alternative form of jack shit. Jack sprat, a small or skinny boy or man. Jack sprats, plural of jack sprat. Jack squat, alternative form of jack squat. Jack stand, synonym of axle stand. Jack stands, plural of jack stand. Jack strap, a conceited, argumentative, or swaggering sailor. Jack strops, plural of jack strap. Jack tar, alternative letter case form of jactor. Jack tar, alternative letter case form of jactor. Jack tars, plural of jack tar. Jack the lot, an irresponsible young man seeking personal pleasure and gratification without any regard to responsibilities. Erode. Jack the Ripper, a supposed individual who was an unidentified 19th century serial killer in England who has become part of folklore. Jack timber, any timber such as a rafter, rib, or studding which, being intercepted, is shorter than the others. Jack timbers, plural of jack timber. Jack towel, a roller towel. Jack towels, plural of jack towel. Jack truss, in a hip roof, a minor truss used where the roof does not have its full section. Jack trusses, plural of jack truss. Jack up, to raise, hoist, or lift a thing using a jack or similar means. Jack whore, a female prostitute with a large build or masculine characteristics. Jack whores, plural of jack whore. Jack-a-dandies, plural of jack-a-dandy. Jack-a-dandy, a little, young, or worthless dandy. Jack-o'-lantern, alternative spelling of jack-o'-lantern. Jack-o'-lanterns, plural of jack-o'-lantern. Jack-o'-lantern, a small stuffed puppet at which stones were thrown at during Lent. Jack-o'-lantern, plural of jack-o'-lantern. Jackanapes, alternative spelling of jackanapes. Jackanapes, plural of jackanapes. Jack-all, alternative form of jack-all. Jackass, alternative spelling of jackass. Jackasses, plural of jackass. Jack at all trades, dated form of jack of all trades. Jack-pack, in brewing and malt vinegar manufacture, a cistern which receives the wort. Jack-backs, plural of jack-back. Jack-ball, a ball used in booths. Jack-balls, plural of jack-ball. Jack-bean, alternative spelling of jack-bean. Jack-beans, plural of jack-bean. Jack-boot, alternative form of jackboot. Jack-booted, alternative form of jackbooted. Jack-booting, present participle and gerund of jackboot. Jackboots, plural of jackboot. Jackboy, alternative form of jackboy. Jackboys, plural of jackboy. Jack by the hedge, garlic mustard. Jack is very easy, no trouble. Jackfool, a foolish person. Jackfools, plural of jackfool. Jackfruit, alternative spelling of jackfruit. Jackfruits, plural of jackfruit. Jack go to bed at noon, a biannual plant distributed across Europe and North America. Tragopogon pratensis. Jack hare, a male hare. Jack hares, plural of jack hare. Jack hunting, hunting with the aid of a jacklight. Jack in a box, alternative form of jack-in-the-box type of toy. Jack-in-the-boxes, plural of jack-in-the-box. Jack-in-office, a self-important but minor official. Jack-in-the-box, children's toy consisting of a small box from which a male figure pops out unexpectedly after some turnings of a crank. Jack-in-the-box effect, a specific effect of a catastrophic kill on a tank or other turreted armored vehicle in which an ammunition explosion causes the tank's turret to be violently blown off the chassis and into the air. Jack-in-the-box effects, plural of jack-in-the-box effect. Jack-in-the-boxes, plural of jack-in-the-box. Jack-in-the-bush, Alaria petiolata, the garlic mustard. Jack in the pulpit, a plant native to woodlands of northern Europe. Aramaculatum. Jack in the pulpits, plural of jack in the pulpit. Jack in the water, an attendant at the watermen's stairs on the river and seaport towns. Jack jump up and kiss me. The plant Viola tricolor. Jackknife, a compact folding knife. Jackknife barber, an unlicensed performer of abortions, a backstreet abortionist. Jackknife barbers, plural of jackknife barber. Jackknifed, simple past and past participle of jackknife. Jackknives, third person singular simple present indicative of jackknife. Jackknifing, present participle and gerund of jackknife. Jackknives, plural of jackknife. Jack-o'-lantern, a carved pumpkin whose top and stem have been cut out and interior removed, leaving a hollow shell that is then decorated to represent a face, illuminated from within by a candle. It is a symbol of Halloween. Jack-o'-lanterns, plural of jack-o'-lantern. Jack-o'-lantern, alternative spelling of jack-o'-lantern. Jack-o'-lanterns, plural of jack-o'-lantern. Jack of all trades, alternative form of jack of all trades. Jack of the dust, the storekeeper in charge of dry foodstuffs. Jack pudding, alternative form of jack pudding. Jack puddings, plural of jack pudding. Jackrabbit, alternative spelling of jackrabbit. Jackrabbits, plural of jackrabbit, alternative form of jackrabbits. Jack-sinker, a thin iron plate operated by the jack to depress the loop of thread between two needles. Jack-sinkers, plural of jack-sinker. Jackstaff, alternative spelling of jackstaff. Jackstaffs, plural of jackstaff. Jacktar,